Good morning, good morning. Normally no cream. Normally I don't do all the cream and whatnot. Um, if money were not an object or a thing, I would go with my coffee black most of the time, and then I'd have a caramel maple syrup, cinnamon, nutmeg concoction of my own, like a caramel creamer, and then put in your own cinnamon and nutmeg, and there's another couple of those in there. Uh, yeah, and then it just turns into a delicious, yummy hot drink. I mean, it's just so yummy. You drink it so fast, it's gone. I call it the winter solstice special. Yep, the winter solstice special, something like that. Oh, but I'm telling you, maple syrup. If I want to sweeten my coffee, sugar sucks. Honey, it's good. Nah, it ain't my favorite. Maple syrup, pure maple syrup. You can go to the store and buy a container of maple syrup for $20. Get home, turn it over, look at the ingredients, and it says high fructose corn syrup. Hmm. So you have to be very careful of what you are buying and what the ingredients are actually within them. But pure maple syrup, the real stuff, mm, 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 mm. I'd pour some of that in here every time I make it a bit sweet if I could. Probably. It's just good. But I do like my bitter stuff. I do. Good morning, Forsaken Carter, Steven, and Bro, and everybody else for good morning, good morning. Yeah, definitely Forsaken. Focus on the road. I wanted to say that. Focus on the road. That's most important. Keep the audio going. That's cool. But this morning, on your way home, specifically for yourself, uh, this is. I want to answer your four questions, but I want to touch on something else for the sake of greater understanding. So, now I could be making this entire thing up, okay? I don't know what the timing of it was, but for the worth of the value of information, that's why I want to share it. Okay, so while I was saying I don't care for sugar and I don't care for sugar, I don't. I don't give a hoot what it is. I don't care pure, raw, refined. I fucking don't like sugar. I prefer, I want, I love maple syrup. Period. That's a fact. That's a reality of my life. And I see a comment that says buy Panella, the cane sugar. when somebody ignores what you told them and they say, well, try this instead, you already know where their mind is. They're on tell people what to do, don't listen to anybody mode. I already know anything I want to do with that individual is going to fail. Good, positive, bad, say what it is, get point across, be nice, give a gift. All of it's failing. It's the other person's driving the ship for them and everyone around. So that's something I just got to get out of the way. I got to get my little tugboat and get out of the way. Otherwise, Forsaken, actually, I pulled up your email this morning and I saw the four questions you pointed to there. Um, and so I figured I was going to answer those this morning, until we get started on the jam in about 20 minutes or so. And they were good questions. One question that I got a funny answer for, but it's not meant to be funny. It's just funny to me. And the first question is, how can someone recognize whether they're following their authentic path or simply adapting to trauma? All right. Now, number one, trauma is fear based. So anything that's going to excite that trauma on a negative end for you, you naturally run from. You're running from that already. Your life is in flee from it. And some people, they want to destroy the fucking shit that traumatized them. So they're not in the fleeing mode, they're in the beat the shit out of mode. So said it before, some people, they're all physical and brute. I don't say brute, but some people are all physical, on their context of life. And I'm not going to challenge or say they're wrong. They're going through some shit I'm very aware of. Like, they got to process how they process it anyways. Uh, so so essentially, trauma's going to have that negative, that fleeing, that fighting, that confrontation um, way, but it's almost like two different subject matters in the same case. But I could see where where one may be walking with that, not necessarily yourself, but one may be walking, because this was information further presented. Anyways, um, to recognize when you're following your authentic path. Okay, let me show you my authentic path. Right now, my hands, I was going to say something on a certain line of thought. My hands and my bracelets are literally stuck together. See? I can't pull them apart. See? It's a bicycle. See the bicycle? See it? It's a bicycle. And then the two rings, and they got caught on each other. So when this happened to me, it said, shut your mouth. You're not talking about the right thing. Now, I didn't even try. I didn't even try. I recognized what I was supposed to do and I did it, and my hands freed. I didn't try to undo it. I didn't try to fang dangle. I just relaxed into what I was relaxing into. And then freed it comes. Free my mouth is again. Because now it's going into the correct direction. The world will very much look at your path and it's going to emulate it for you. In the past, things were different. Things are different now. You have backup. I'm going to be blunt force straight up. I got my mama and papa and my family out there, and I got my friends down here. And they care about my friends as much as I care about my friends. And I see my friends as family. So if you going through something, you really seeking this path, you're gonna have some like extra backup on your path. Like, you're gonna have some synchronicities kick in. Like, what the fuck was that? You're gonna have dreams pop up. Like, what the hell am I doing? I was going through this already, but this shit is like, what? That's because I jumped in. You. our hearts, our energy resonated. I'm gonna fast forward shit. I'm gonna, if you hold on, we're gonna have fun, and you're gonna get where you need to go, and you're gonna get ahead so fast that people aren't gonna be able to keep up with you, which means you're gonna go through less problems. I just want to help love win. I want to help the kind one win. I want to help the meek one win. I want to help the righteous one win. I've seen enough bad happen in this world. So, like, on that kind of accounting, as far as following the, how do you know you're following the correct path? Confrontation will arise when you are doing the wrong thing. As soon as you change direction, your life will be free. You will be able to walk where you want to. Turn all around in a circle and do a hip scotch if you want to. You're going in the correct direction now. All good. But that confrontation is going to come up. It's going to conflict. If you're going in the wrong path, you're going to have conflict in life. So change. Look at your situation. What the fuck am I doing? Where am I going? Where am I headed? What am I? Hold on a second. And you're going to get your own 2 cents about yourself. It ain't nothing nobody got to tell you of what to do. You figure this one out for yourself. You'd be like, that's better. Let me go that way. Okay. And then boom, it's going to free up, and all those little fights and conflicts are going to go away. And you'll be like, ooh, nice. Exactly what Divine Mom and Pa did for me. That's what I'm doing for my friends. I didn't have a person to look at. I had to see everything around me and use it in a way with my mind to interpret with my environment of what I was receiving. But I am that gap. I am that bridge. I am that experience. And I'm like, well, I know what they're talking about up there, and I know what we going through down here. So let me just shoot it to you on the fly real quick. Shit, I don't even need to tell you nothing. Our energies are synced. Ooh, there you go. In the past, things were different, and I would have answered completely differently. Um, but that legitimately, straight up, that's where that one's gonna flow. And this is for everybody across the world. This is not for you or anybody special, particularly. I mean, we're all special. Don't get me wrong on that. But this is the kind of energy I've been setting out there for a while, and this is what I've learned how the spirit works. So they throw out conflict when shit ain't the right direction. Anyways, I said it 2, 3 times. You got it. Much love on that one. Great question, by the way. Second question, I think this was my one I had a little chuckle at the answer at. What is the biggest misconception people have about spiritual awakening? Well, gee, I really don't know. I don't know. The TV shut off. Look at that. Okay? Shit, I don't know. Well, I don't go talk to everybody. I don't know what everybody's up to. The biggest misconception that I was able to catch when I was younger, which would have been a long time ago, many years ago, was that people changed all the words. I mean, I was a Christian, and the last fucking verse in Revelation says, don't change a word. Don't add to the words. Don't take away from the words. Don't do nothing to the words. Leave them as they are. If you change those words, you are fucked. Now, I can't remember all that shit tit for tat. I can't get it all correct, so I already know better. I know I'm getting in the general ballpark. I got the idea, but I can't remember the specifics of where it was. I lived it too long. Anyways, everybody want to spend a goddamn hour saying, and he said, and God said that if you do this, then that's going to happen. Oh, well, it said he's a jealous God, and you must see it like you're jealous of your child. You must fear God, because he's gonna strike you down. What the fuck is wrong with these mother? That's the fucked up adding and subtracting to the words that already are. So I started to live that shit out as it was. Fuck it. fuck interpretation. Take it is for what it says. I'm gonna pull this shit out as fuck it. I'm gonna put it to the goddamn test myself, because everybody else, they flubbed the test. They flubbed it with greed. They flubbed it with lust. They flubbed it with that. They flubbed it with that. Well, you know what? I'm good to check out of this goddamn life. Let me just put these fucking things to the test before I do. But then, the I do part didn't ever come. You know what I'm saying? And it proved out. Everything proved. Everything checked out. And I was like, well, shit. You actually literally do what it says. Some interesting shit. Now, I ain't nobody's flesh or blood or anything like that, but I thought back to the fucking hunting buffalo and shit and cut out that heart and take a bite out of it, man. That's something tribal right there. And I was like, well, dang, dude got a bit savage, bit tribal. He found some fucking old brothers alive. I think the dude's onto something. Like one of those other scriptures. Here's a big approved religion of failure with your own fucking Bible. You ready? You ready? You might want to note this one down. The time on the video is, well, we're 19 minutes in. Okay, here we go. You can go look up the scripture. I dare you, double dog dare. Go back to the original fucking one, man. The original translation shit. In your Bible, it says, where there is two or three gathered, there I am in your name. Right? Does not say or more. There is no more portion to it. The more word is not there. It's not existent. It says two or three. Literal, explicit instruction for all spiritual gatherings to be limited between 2 and 3 people. No more. There is your falsehood to everything they've constructed regarding the word religion. Go on, do your research. It's pretty interesting stuff growing up as a Jehovah's Witness. And they say, read every version of the Bible. Get yourself 5 versions of the Bible and open up every single one and see what each scripture says. Now go back to the original Hebrew shit and see what that says. Jehovah's Witnesses, I got to give my props to you because y'all taught me how to do some real investigative research. It's helped my it's helped my ability to be able to find solid information amongst a lot of motherfuckers wanting to sell a book. But taking somebody else's fucking word and not doing legwork yourself, that'd be the biggest misconception. Thinking you can hear the fucking thing and all of a sudden you're fucking healed. You're better. What the fuck? Uh, you got to do your own legwork for that moment to happen in the presence with somebody else, which it does, it can, it will, but the person has to work to that. For instance, if there is a person working on their ascension and they are developing respect and love and all that good stuff, then when they have that moment, they're going to be elevated instantly, and that high energy is going to be able to be maintained consistently. It will stay like a shining star. It will radiate continually. It's not going away. The sun will come out. It's already fucking out. The sun's already out. Let's make a new song with that one. Make a whole new musical with that shit. Anyways, The other individual who's done no work, but they happen to be in the environment where that event happens and they're elevated, there's no match to that. So as soon as this energy dissipates, they're going to fall right back to where they were. They're not going to continue to shine. They're not going to be able to maintain that light, that shine, that goodness, that effect. Um, can the next question, can prolonged suffering shape a person's purpose, or does it just change who they become? It can shape a purpose. Sure, yes. What they went through in their past does not decide what they become. I was mind controlled. I'm talking about me. Me from 5 years old growing up. I was under mind control of Jehovah's Witnesses. I was under mind control and emotional tactical warfare on a regular basis in that religion. I was under ostracism when I went to school, to public school. I grew up with trauma pretty much every moment of my life except for like holiday moments, but I didn't celebrate holidays. So you could put those two together yourself. And then trauma was based on mind control. I got with after everything, after my mom died, after I lost my daughters, after blah 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 blah. I get with this lady, and the spirit, the divine Father himself says, I'm dropping you off here. Remember I told you I'd pick you up? Well, I'm dropping you off. I'll be back. Take care. No, don't follow me. Follow her. I got somewhere else to go. You follow her. I said, all right. So I followed her for 6 years of my life. I followed her. I followed a person, not a spirit. After I already made contact with the Divine Father, had conversations and experiences and everything in this lifetime, in the physical, not all crazy hallucinations and drugs, but a journey in a reality of telepathic connection. He says, put your trust in a person. I don't question, I just did it. When he picked me back up, he didn't have to tell me that that was the last person I'm ever gonna fucking put my trust in. The last fucking human I ever fucking trust and follow was that one. It was her. That was it. That was the last one. I'll never do it for another person again. Fuck you. I don't give a shit. Either you love me and you support me, and I love you and I support you, or else it just fucking don't work. I could give a shit less. I'm happy to go out of this world with what I got. I got more than I could have ever imagined, and I am not talking about physical things. I've had experiences that nobody could replace, that nobody could convince it didn't happen because I had somebody else who verified that shit to me firsthand. They told me what the experience was. I wouldn't have known. I would have just felt goosebumps. But they told me what they experienced, and that was some real connection. Prolonged suffering, prolonged anything. Your past is not who you become. Who you become is who you choose to become, and you can choose to become somebody different at any moment of your life. It's your choice. You don't have to repeat the past. You are a divine being having a human experience. You can change your destiny. If you limit yourself to the word fate and destiny, and that's my lot, there's some greater force that I'm not connected with that I can't talk to. If he's omniscient, omnipotent, all those motherfucking omnis, then don't you think he could change your fucking destiny if it wasn't working the fuck out? Yeah, omni fucking all powerful motherfucker. That means I can change the past and the future at will. You needed to learn a lesson. You had to go to the rough spot. You didn't like that? Let's get the fuck out. You didn't like that? Let's get it out of your way. See, the reason why God had me put my trust in a person and only in a person and a human and to follow a human was so that I would learn the lesson that man's guidance is folly. It is nothing to follow. If they've got something good to show us, it's good to learn something good. But the true direction you're going to reach to in your heart, just like I found in my heart, that's the connection we each have. And when we have that connection, you you could think or say whatever you want, but here's where my mind goes. I hear colony. I don't see a group of ants. I see humans interconnected in a way like never before, most positively. And then I think of a goddamn a colonization. They came in and they colonized. They colonized the land and it became something new. And that's what we all do together. We are the 99%. Welcome to the cool club. Bah, 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 bah. The black sheep happen to outnumber the white sheep, and now the white sheep are like over there, and we having a party at night. Nobody knew we were jamming. I like to take advantages of everything I can, even if people look at it and it's less. Um, Again, to answer very specifically, suffering, anything can change you, anything can have an impact on you if you choose to be the effect. But you can change, you can do something different, you can start studying something different. If you start thinking about chess every day and you start planning and learning moves and strategies and tactics, then anybody you talk to, you're going to want to talk about chess. You're going to find boards online, you're going to find groups online, you're going to go through all, you're going to be talking about strategies of how to move your knight and your rook and your pawn and this and that and 4 move win and 23 move win and blah, 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 blah. Because that's where your mind is now. You're reprogramming your mind. You're saying, I want some strategy, I want some formation, I need to learn some tactics. I could learn it in chess, I could learn it in this, I could learn it in that. Football, any you could learn strategy and tactics out of anything. Strategy and tactics trumps brute force because brute force has to be the one on the field. The strategy, the tactic, you just gotta call the shot and be like, let me move that there, let me move that there, and then you're out of harm's way. So that's it's a complete perspective on that one. That answer would ultimately. I could imagine you might have another question on top of that, but it is 5:31. I'm going to answer this last question, and then we'll get to the jam. It says, "How do you know when life is trying to transform you rather than simply break you?" This is how you know the difference between the spirit and human. This is how you know the difference between transformation, divine, and breaking, human. Human wants to break you before they build you. All right? Divine. The divine, the spirit, what is pure, is going to prepare you. You'll be ready. When the event goes down, It will not be complete shock. You'll be able to know a thing or two. You'll be able to have an idea of how to respond. You would have had an idea presented to you the day before. That morning, you would have had some construct on the topic that was brought up, and you could actually chime back something. You would, the divine will prepare you for it, and you'll have a little bit of a leg up on it. Human, human. They have you standing right there, and then they hit the trap door button. That's what human does. Human has you stand right there. Oh, stay right there. I'll go do something. Just stay right there. They go push this button. You come fucking get hit by a hammer, big old mallet or something. Human will break you. Human says, I gotta tear you down to build you up. That's human. That's stupid. That's that stuff you don't want. That's don't go with that shit. Don't go down that path. Run away from that path. Back to the first question on that divine path, on that marker, on recognizing that you're following an authentic path or not, or adapting to trauma. So whether you're running away from something or running towards something, I didn't exactly mention it exactly like that. But that's a big reality. Am I running towards it? Am I running away from it? Am I informed of it and I know what's going on? Let me go take care of that. What's a firefighter doing? He running towards to help. I was about to use an analogy and I was going to say, what are humans going to do? Well, they're actually going to run towards the fire with their phone to record it. So the difference is a firefighter is going to run in and he's going to do something. He's going to help. He ain't just going to stand there. And I admire first responders. I mean, from firefighters to the ambulance, the medical, the disaster relief. Those first responders, those are big, man. Those are a bit of role models right there, because they're literally doing it. They got their own emotions that they whatever they're working out, but they're literally getting up every day saving people's lives. And people will treat you like crap for saving their life. Tell you what, gosh, I hear a bunch of them like, yeah, ain't that the truth? Anyways, and Forsaken, if you have more questions or whatnot, feel free to ask later on or send another email, either which way. Circle now, I conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy sphere to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boss and cause, having their onks. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do its battle. Spirits of darkness, rise and with the powers of Gwenvale, fight the blight this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampazi Anakampa, Zidingar Kia Kampa Zidingar Anakampa. Hear me all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go on, answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Renon si sekyo was amputura de het hirusha hendu siruka garikuti jin was ma ha poratu ki was set the tall side to deep sharpens and a saramen. Un Basharamataya Suwakum Vashamanatayas, Varam Nuna Nidano, Nulata Nida Nula Nino Harun, Num Long Function Show, Monishanayan, Treya Suwakum, Mishanaya, Yan Treyas, Vaha, Eo, Wawi away, Wawi away, Kong from Pimbro, Church Bratano, Suwakum, Jotoreshi, Yatrashi Varanas, Vahar, Rudadida, 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 kring om den drong chong om kring krong hong chong ching chrong na haya bishraman hiya suwa gom haya bishraman kriyas va ha za ha kring om kring krong ona makusana dam namaha samta shanam ham hu hai hi ro ro ga kring om kring krong unanya namanya suaka umanaya ya mayas vaha I we shring on kongi grong on hero ki shara patai suaka jorki hin chindo bichi vati spaha nun and na kling on prim pung on jari chubatai suaka shisha ibara tayas vaha olo grong una arbashano suwako manakarti buba bebo ber bor oba bobo beronga men Renno si sikyo was na putura de het hirusha hensu sirkai kor kuti jeni was ma tora tu gi beset to sai pe tu di bishokin sena sarmen par shukushu paruru kelma kabala mamu wala bo pogo kena rabo bo galana pardiku sharu bot stana bola sharu bo prekun belulu moshana bo apodunu yugene kanpan belulu kugolo kal egora palishu gela kabalo gelma moshel gore zuluma bo moru garage siku gi magam pranamru pakalamu zi kini gibilanu saju mashnana asaro lembar maraju sisi mashnana aruna armandi duku arata gigi lugu lugu sidor kinman kai kola sikor nene ke korne beru tiare ke am telaku pano duku akaku moshkar sana sagari moshti shalu mala baka kadaglo godor marata gor bor maru duku araku sesoro ludu ban maskin tutu dari kukim lu godan man kia banu tuku nada lu kadana man kia banu bishu sarur limuna bana tatu zari masyakaranu zulumon oro tatu batakau kibir balai na tarmadu daga tuku masyamashti sore masyano gorso kori masyadorso serap di kuba para zuzukan palu galap bora ni boer kingu bara di muadu kakudamu ninu wamu gashti where also Ronofrisum is found perfect before the Nethanim of Kamiel Shinju. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even Isoronopos, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nethanim of Kamiel Shetnu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliar with the eternal Netherlands of Camille Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious also over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabol, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the pillar in to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As the huri sama karar or sor kept up karpui and all ball and arit hot sabo rupu and her to kept on you never to short karpui and so ho jerem jajar to in a shratin and have moved netari come to worthy to armatu netar by a barney to a barney to. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen. From darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Otto's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinmeton Ket, who loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronopus will confirm. Lady Allset and Nebi Sora be shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim linus kire staxare tu marti kurli tukni ishli ya luar meshier kier meshes atelu sayansi yamiela ora tortur shisha. Isi ya hiagar hiagar biesha jireka dupiera atlaka isaya ori erka limut kurnu kima kutri teli shami ye nain zumriye isayina zumriya ye zumriya biesha ina zumriya zilika. Ina zumria dupiera ina zumria laka ina zumria tatara ina zumria tatexi ina zumria la takar suba ina si yala tasarti kanish mas kaptulu tamatunu nish and kibel kimrilu tamatunu nish madu Iladi lu tamatunu nish ishbar kamikunu lu tamatunu ina zumria lu taprasaba ya dun en I bar nani ba perik Bagabaye, Zagabaye, Bahaga, Bora, Bagabaye, Zagabaye, Bahaga, Bora, Bagabaye, Zagabaye, Baperik, Benini, Baba, Lunani, ya, Corboria, Rimba, Gara, Rimba, Gora, Yaksaka, Azakutu, Eki, Asaru, Eki, Kutulu, ya. Om Shrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Mim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Shrim Hrim 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 Mim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Mim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Mim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Mim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Mim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Patvaha Anushubam Gigapsuki Sharkiga Gorshota Sasera Morayading Guru Kalamas Nikudingar Nina Guruna Charminku Kariash Kumur Utu Ziarik Baziki Kampakalu Barana Tabarala Shakbaragi Barala Lord Barata Lord Bala Maskim Bara Utu Para Irpapara Latu Barala La Subara Karu Bara Rupu Bara Kekolor Bara Litu Bara Utu Solati Nazu Allah Solati Nazu Gigim Solati Nazu Mula Solati Nazu Dinga Solati Nazu Maskim Solati Nazu Bara Yadi Nazu Ziana Kampasi Kampa Munisika Kabara Yeni Nagi Sashur Vishnu or Masha Sigar Pari Zikar Shurmar Ninki Sarski Sharma Zika Namsaye Indori Sharki Oku Pardon the Goob Indianum Dea Sarasavito Mandala Mandi Avarti Nariana Saji Seresana Sani Pesi Kirovan Makolo Kurvan Kariti Hari Haran Maya Papu Tasanka Karanam Skaran Mantra Om Hram Trayartama Hom Hrim Ravaryanama Hom Hom Sriyayartama Hom Hrim Parnapertama Hom Hrom Kakaryanama Hom Hropusratama Hom Hram Yaran Gabarhayanama Om Hrim Marikaryatnama Om Hrum Matikayatnama Hom Hrim Savitranama Om Hram Arkalyanama Om Hrabaskaranama Om Hram Hrim Hram Hrim Hram Hras Hri Posor Yar Yarnamaha Parasi Yasas Namaskani and Yakarwanta Dena Dena Prasham Palam Veram Tesam Kauta Yarte Ong krang kring hong kring mong keru so hong kring bong Shamashaka Kashapi Epishti Episha Mush Epishtia Kimati Nur Kutoshuru Limli Shuru Lizubu Tuku Epitashunu Kimameana Tuinatiki Tushunu Limu Tumanakulu Blui Shunulini Shumanakulu Dinin Shunuliti Shurmanakulu Tari Tarama Shaluti Shakashati Sharushi Arpushu Shurbi or Kishurpu Sitting or Koko Shabo Kampabong Gibigerang Gibilkashu Money and Dudu to Sheshia Rani Ori Amali Yarki Kishpori Yazi Tinkerkarakampa Niki Mori Korsamito Shabu Palan Shamsovena Haigispar Bagi Bir Bag Karasi Kampa Kakamatundur no Shariulim Kunushi Shariuli Kornoshi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulina Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariu Danawali Kunulim Kutina Zumia Yutaprasama Agamasaratu Vismasarati Sharmushilip Shurulik Shishalim Nutuizis Animalana Raputi Shimayara Bharati Inadina Latilim Dalsi Kumushi Alani Mushiti Yamasarati Masarati Baits Masaratu Vits Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Karavaloni Shamashkorti Yamasaratu 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 Zikia Kumpapa Kolomonenki Ashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishum Visnarvernam Home Sam Kumbarari Yartamahadu Mutav Kubera Nebukor Hota Prompri Vitatu Bumi Devia Metondu Mutav Nuxakaru Mariaki Nanetev Esarantari Nekepta Sukori Tesepsan Barsidi Utuksutra Taisana Home Sanar Yatnamaha Om Yamindra Yartamha Kopsnov Num Tesasatu Agnaya Meram Kopsnov Nuxekas Hotna Wam Sexem Takis Wexaka Kartek Ananeka Bek Tat Necrosar Sartef Saruna Bek Markola Kutulu Tata Laglag Niomna Magnar Yartamaha Om Mam Yamar Yarnamaha Happy Yarmo Saratu Taraya Matan Halpinu Kapi Sekasar Now Amsek Tesek Tepatek Ruineke de Ekortana Nikier Tamormotu Yadu Yarnel and Ginariti Raksasam Samraksasar Yarnamaha Umvam Brunari Yarnamaha himself Paruna Umva the Tal Sermalaya Metanim set of him set Sekisarunan Sexaruna Pikemen Sepsan Duni Kubetega Rama Tundra as sitting and a capa sitting Gerkia Capasa Beo Biom Yam Vior there Namahar Morsiri Morkula Morulu Mormatu sitting around capacity Gerkia Kabau Tuxutorata Kulu Tata Kai Tuti Takala Yarn Yarn Yis Beo Hrim Pramar Ner Namaha Pramar Bumoharo Maxaratu Kasraya Matang Pranupa Capram Capra 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 Capru Capra Capru Nebim Capra Capram Prambraha Morluazak Duti Takala and Esratin Nebu Mahajata Teus Armas Fatio Milketa Sekes to Nebanaru Tep Mesu with Perneter. Om Hrim Hrom Suyad Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangal Yartnamaha Om Shrim Bambur Yartnamaha Om Hrim Brahm Spati Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shamshanachari Yartnamaha Om Hrim Rovertnamaha Om Hrim Ketuvertnamaha Chapak Kushumu Samkarsham Kasha Payamaha Dayutim Tamorim Sarva Papagnam Pranot Hoshmi Divakaram Dari Shamkatu Shorbon Kishor Ortona Pasam Papam Namami Shasharnam Somam Shambor Mukurta Pushardam Tarani Karnapasam Purtam Yukarti Samaprapam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamam Yam Preon Kukreta Sharmaru Perna Pratimam Burham Somyam Somya Gurum Persam Tamburham Pranamam Yam Devanam Chari Shernam Chagurum Kanchana Sani Pampuri Putam Telukisham Tam Namami Breas Pati Mimakudam Rina Labam Dayar Tambaramam Kurum Sarvasastra Pravaktaram Barkavam Pranamami Amnel Anjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamakurajan Chacharya Matar Dasam Putam Tam Namami Saneswara Matakarya Mahavyarkyam Chandra Dija Vimartanam Smiku Garbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamami Ampa Sapushpasam Karsham Taraka Grahamasakam Roram Kom Kurum Tam Ketum Pranamami Hamom Brahmom Rodi Tripona Kari Banu Shin Bumi, Surhaborasha Gurusha Shukra Sharti Reuketu Sarva Graha Mama Suprapantam, Kurume Shanti 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 on board Vor Svor on Tansa Vitor Vanyam Barkolubastia Terio, Diorio no Prachudaya Tom Tata Swaha, Hariam Tata Swaha, Nanasini Anambra City Asini Ananaba Saman Ganasaya Kia Kampa, Magabati Yatnana Kampa. Mashrita Nanazia Kampaya Magia Gamagia Sagastena Kia Shaklush Nebo Curios Morcurios Yas Tortugan Cartuias Bumos Arsi Fornis Kampa Las Hakasher Talas Kanpal Nebo Satartus Kampa Yagashia Sashia Kukolomani Yashia Makali Bari Yagu Sheria Yarnani Yarstaba Marchacha Kareni Yarami Loria Shir Kanpa Inanas Yarma Kampa Bizarma Kampa Yaya Bia Zira Lorki Shmashudu Yadu Yaria Sorolu Shikataramani Yaya Tsarichia Atarilechi Ubertala Kamarni Yarkampasi Ringaru Yarkampasi Ringarustu Yakampasi Shazera Rakuzi Perodu Kampa Yashtakampa Yana Gormasabaru not Gormasabaru Yana Gorgia Yazian Kampa Yanka Yan Gorgia Yankia Yazin Getnian Yakanpa Yakantala Makia Tara Kampa Marukumun Marukumu Paru Skariara Yagaria Makbabo Nachi Marutu Yautu Sorims Gorims Arim Sagarim Aksan Gasana Ganam Bealur Kurku Inim Kamanu Yardu Yadara Yazi Batu Baluba Cooper Derikubaga Kampa Belzi Exag Bad Bazag Baron Noiseli Ganushu Gigap Suki Sharigega Gorhashish Yaramara Yadi Muru Kalamas Nikudingarnina Kuriu next running Kukariasha Murkutu Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Rama Ramerti Rame Manoramme Sastu Dantatu Yadram Nam Paradar Deo Biveria Karya Dabhao Bagadantari Abdar He Bakatutali and Dirabahidi Taro Dati Prajudaya Pakatudama Karya Soya Kori Samo Prabernior no Kurume Devat Korye Sarva Karya Shiorda Sarvara Shri Guru Sras Rajneesh Mane Mukure Surhor Banu Ragu Varti Moja Surjor Lagu for Charlotte Hikin Talujan Kitsumiro Pavan Kumor Borburhi Vierahu Mohe Harahu Koles Vikarje Hanuman Gan Guns Garje Karpisti Hun Loku Jarka Ram Durale Ida Pardar Majani Puta Papan Surtam Hamaha Vikara Shrangi Kumatini Vorsumati Kesanki Kechan Voros Kubesakana Kano Kunju Kesa Hosbos Rodu Boje Garaje Conti Borgish Jare Husarche Korsu Van Kisrin and Antesh Perta Mahajak Wanan Viduban Gunia teacher Turwan Koshkori Bekuator Prabu Choriter Surbekoras Yaramakan Sitaman Basias Rekorusharas Rajnish Mane Mukure Suraporu Raguval Vimoja Sujur Taku for Chorbur Hitin Tarun Jarani Kesuni Ropavan Kumor Borburhi Vigedahu Mohe Harahu Kolesor Vikorje Karnuman Yangun Sigorje Karpisi Undoku Jargaram to Tadli Barama Jani Putro Puansur Namha Mahadevi Gwamba Shangi Kumartini Vorsomati Kersangi Kachan Fora Forest Subesa Karankuno Kujiki Sahos Rodu Borje Paraje Korti and Watch Shore Usorjes and Korsuven Kusain and Antish Prata Mahajal Guardian Vijmanguni teacher Toron Kashkari Bekuator Prabucha Rite Surbe Korasia Ramlakan Sitaman Pasya Sukshma Rupdari Siargi Kavva Devikar Rupdari Ram Karva Jarava Bima Rupdari Asur Sankhare Ramachandra Kika Sanvare Largi Sarji Panorkansi Ari Sri Raguvia Harishi Oralaria Ragu Parli Kinhi Bahu Parlai to Mampri Pratisam Barisa Haspatantum Haru Yashkar Veus Karshi Sri Parti Kanto Karve Sankardik Pramare Munesin Ratsar Hira Jesus Yum Kubordik Porcha Hante Kaviko Void Kahik Sakix Hante Tumu Kosukura Hinkerna Ram Meari Raj Paterlatum Hormon Travivar Shermanalan Kasuvor Bali Subjana Yug Sahasrajan Par Barnuli Ryutari Marwar Porcher no Prabu Mutrik Mukmar Hijar Tiranki Kaver Shoshnahi Dorgam Ke Shagar Ke Jartesungam Anugrahatum Rete Ram Dware Tumuragvare Warnagia Birnu Pasarte Suksakrahi Tumoresan Tumrakshat Kahut Kurdar na Pantesh Samhoru Paiten Hunlukan terkan pai bor besar snikar nar hinar vema virjab narn sun ve na seru hori sab pira japar neran har hanuman pira sankar se hanuman short ve man karam vashchan yan jul ve superom papas ve borajak tin kier karsakov tum saja Orman orrat jo koilov ves arki arniche vano part ves varan ju partap tum hara hari persir jekar i jori ara ramra se yar tum hara passa sara sora hora go parri kerra sa tu hore pajan nam ko po ver charam chajam kier dor grabasra ve an karagu ver porjari era charam charam hare bakar ka hari er or dipta chirna dar hi Harnuma serki sorgvis surkorihi sankar karte miarte sa perajo sumera harma bobera JJ Harnuman kosin kripkar ugoru dev hier nahin jusapar parkar kohi shorte barunhi mahatso korhi Georgia parhi Harnuman charlisa holto siri sake koris sira sarahari Tjera karche das hordar yemin der puvar naisen karharan mungam morti rupram lakan sit sahit hordari basa so orbu O Maharaga Bajrosi Saparaj Sarpaja Humvam Ho Ganesh Ranam Charendi Varenyam Hong Namafu O Mem Hrim Shri Mem Glum Mem Namo Bhagavati Fatali Parahi Parahi Paraumuki Paraumuki Adantini Namarum Virmutini Nama Jamba Jabini Nama Mohemoini Nama Sambestambini Nama Sarva Dusta Pradusta Ham Sarvas Vak Sera Saktor Mugati Chivastam Banam Kurukurus Krampasyamim Glum Tai Taha Taha Masraya Pahat Swaha Ani mani mane mamane shira sharite shami shabi tai sada muguda muguda bishabi shabi sobi shabi shaya shaya gini sinti shabi tarani oro ke bashani nebita abandara nebita tandara shudai kurum kure yadari yadari shuyasha sama sama body big reichi tradaro mari sherte sugenu pishana pasha pasha shudai matara matara shara oro oro kashara shara shatai yara baromana yadataria sarara magara yaro ke moke ariara tenete tenete dada ichi nerichi achiari naratonari yarana ambi kunabi akina kari kendari sendati metugi cikori umpori syari aci debi idebi enen debi adabi debi 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 roke 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 daga 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 tugu tugu atanai tanai 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 kushari tanai syurade haji bora sene seru barane batani seru baba shabatani shobatani so yahabi shari so yinekarani so yahabi rai terala so gatorate seru basugi smishkara dai seru basaru dua sharete seru basaru dua lekio sharai tu ira shirbi kerita erte Anyo manyo mane mamane sirikarite sama samita besanta mukta mukte tami sama abe sama jak saya sere sata samite tarani logi besabe baik sari ni titiru abientare ne viste abientare parisu ikuli mukure yarare parare sukang sama bo pero kera dama pariksite sam kono kosari ne kori bai besutane motro serate kulturus kala salia Aksaria Vartaya Vakula Patramanin Tayas Wahaj Valamahaj Valo Kituki Muki Arada Partano Notavati Tini Pitini Sintini Notivatis Waha Atate Narate Parate Nari Nari Kunaris Waha Gari Kori Kandori Kandari Metagu Bukasi Sankulu Prusari Sisis Waha Itimi Ruhe Sues Waha Dana Patari Dana Kusale Dana Serhada Pari Pura Pasani Sarvatani Apatani Sampatani Samaparixita Samganekotani Damaparixita Sabra Sarva Kuswana Kate Seme Big Redita no Parte Partani Patalis Waha Sassum Sahu, Wong Hong Chong, Gong Tong, Osho, Gong Lim So, Gong Ring Glong, Gong Bisor Hung, Mong Hong Sham, Mong Hung Shring Haringara, Ring Gong Heru Asor Hara, Ong Wam Dum Mong Grang Ring Gong Pang Peng Pung, Gong Grang Ring Gong Krang Ring Gong, Gong Krang Ring Gong, Don ching bong gong trong ping boom gong chong ching shung krang kring hung gong chong ching shung kring shring kring ing vam dum chong ching shung gong so hung shring gong shring ring ra on hero sor bong king so hong gong bong de hung ani china ora un pascio dato vama shuku na ora ma so bio humu shu na ora ma na sam baba tra mede na ora ma ptate ja har hum poku shu na ora ma mogi sera o kushi na ora huru kentare ma tangi spa puche dem bus no namo bag bot ne usni sai rutu spodu spa tisa selu karan sort of other sarhani ni spa short kanji sai bos lo legis spa des is you bos sometimes also spa tara bos nama samata baharam corona or babe tare tadini swaha senju senkin kanji sai bosu par start mari pato kanji sai bosu mountain baba humpat swaha george men kanji sai bosu umaha kurun karji swaha juntai kanji sai bosu kale koli swaha nori kanji sai bosu par meser mali swaha kongol sato pashra sar paha harni bosu trishi shuta bishari swaha pojon bosu samya swam monjo bosu mana makamero go those who matres vaha jizo bosu hahaha vesmais vaha koko so bosu namon karsika paria kamale molis vaha Nicole bosu dotes vaha kakul bosu kamar pais vaha fodol mayo namas mata vashanam kanam rosanas votai tratam ko sanse my home sur pani sur home shashar home pat kundari my home mantra home pat tai toku my home srikal rupa home comes vaha Kongo yasho my home pashra yaksa home aisen my home maraka pashra snisa pashra sar pashra home fam hur pujaku my home umaror kwantas vaha san poko jinom kambai svaha konkol son kombinum pashrak saranja svaha sernishi doji chanasi svaha chiko kutunom taras raram pramarna svaha so chotanum ferodax axi pedais vaha como kutanum feropax arink pedais vaha tomotanum visrovanis vaten insightenum satisfatis vaha teko kutanum mahakalaris vaha kichi jortanum masries vaha caritaimum turmali haritis vaha taikini tenomrias vaha marishitinum marisias vaha taishukun kitinomricum vaha Om hai grivar yard namahom hai bisnar verd namahom kesavar yard namahom mahrusudar yard namahom govindar yard namahom pundar kasar yard namah om visnar verd namahom vishambarar yard namahom sarar yard namahom aradiya yard namah om sarvagisar yard namahom sarvadarar yard namahom santanar yard namahom neradarar yard namahom nerakarar yard namahom nerisar yard namah Om Neruparapi Yar Nama Om Nerajarar Yar Nama Om Niskalar Yar Nama Om Nityaptar Yar Nama Om Neramarar Yar Nama Om Siranamaria Yar Nama Om Sabsirne Nama Om Saranya Yar Nama Om Sarvadayakar Yar Nama Om Srimar Yar Nama Om Lokatrisar Yar Nama Om Sivar Yar Nama Om Sarvada Paradar Yar Nama Om Paradar Yar Nama Om verandar yat nama om verabedya yat nama om poratanar yat nama om pornar yat nama om porai yat tre nama om punya yat nama om punya kertar yat nama om para yat nama om paramaner nama om parasmai nama om parasar yat nama om parasar yat nama om parar yat nama om sarve vera makar yat nama om verusir nama om veraberaka parakar yat nama Om Sakalo Parnivertiar Yat Namah Om Niskalar Yat Namah Om Sarveskar Dev Namah Om Aksamalash Ramudra Yurtar Star Yat Namah Om Parapara Yat Namah Om Pornarna Porusar Yat Namah Om Srestar Yat Namah Om Saranar Yat Namah Om Paramesvarar Yat Namah Om Santar Yat Namah Om Dandar Yat Namah Om Jitukratar Yat Namah Om Jita Mitra Yat Namah Om Jagar Maria Yat Namah Om Janma Mortar Yat Namah Om Jivar Yat Namah Om Jayadar Yat Namah Om Jaryana Sar Yat Namah Om Japa Priya Yat Namah Om Japa Sudha Yat Namah Om Japa Karte Namah Priya Karte Namah Om Vibhari Yat Namah Om Vimala Yat Namah Om Visvarupar Yat Namah Om Visvagutre Namah Om Virustar Yat Namah Om Vihir Vinustar Yat Namah Om Santitar Yat Namah Om Sartikaraka Yat Namah Om Shraya Pradar Yat Namah Om Shruti Maya Yat Namah Om Shraya Sampatar Yat Namah Om Isvarar Yat Namah Om Astyuktar Yat Namah Om Anatharupar Yat Namah Om Pranadar Yat Namah Om Priti Patar Yat Namah Om Avyaktar Yat Namah Om Vayartarupar Yat Namah Om Sarvaskar Serne Namah
Tamohara Yanamum Jana Sakar Yanamum Jaraner Yanamahum Purna Kandra Samprapar Yanamaha Jana Dar Yanamahum Pata Patayar Yanamaha Yogi Namum Yogi Sar Yanamum Sarvadama Karar Yanamahum Mahayogir Namahum Mahamar Ner Namaha Marne Sar Yanamum Sreya Sam Namahum Hamsar Yanamum Prama Hamsar Yanamahum Peaceful Guptre Namaha Vyarajar Namahum Surha Parning Kars Sar Yatnamaha Jarta Marndala Smur Tarya Namo Varia Manyar Hara Tarya Namahom Sarvagi Swararya Namaha Pravor Kitia Poruparya Namom Verhar Karamarkarte Nama Iti Sri Hai Guri Vastutar Satan Nama Varli Mananataya Namoma Saria Namoma Garaya Namomo Kulipukaraya Namoma Media Pukarmaria Namoma Misitaria Namomara Partaria Namaha Vinokura Paria Namahom Visnu Priya Namahom Veres Tuya Namahom Vita Mararia Namahom Visutararia Namom Sasaria Namaha Satrusutaria Namoma Safaramanti Taria Namahoma Krandu Tarine Namoma Mitikararia Namoma Karavas Paria Namaha Hamamas Partuya Namahom Sa Magara Ruparia Nama Varaya Yatnam Pasukaria Nam para Paraya Karianam Home Panakararia Nam Home from Safarana Yatnam Fasurta Persana Yatnam Home para Pasitaria Nam Home Vipara Pasati and Nam Ritika Marianam Home Tamaro Paria Namaha Dapikararia Nam Home Dadindararia Nam Home Kesapatamajaria Nam Home Kalaru Paria Nam Home Yugara Paraya Namaha Omivandararia Nam Home Rasmi Pataria Nam Home Ramen Kotraya Nam Home Keswaparia Nam Home Visvambararia Namaha Sakaparana Yarnama Home Sakapalaria Nam Home Sampupriya Nam Home Saranaria Nam Home Parankasara Set Namaha Paparasaria Nam Home Pramadaria Nam Home Prankadaria Nam Home Prakadaria Namaha Pakivasya Yarnam Home Pakavaskaria Nam Home Pasusara Set Nam Home Pagapartaria Namaha Bari Pitsaria Nam Home Tasakaria Nam Home Lukotrisa Yarnam Home Sivaria Nama Verabadia Yarnam Home Panaria Nam Home Punya Yarnam Home Santaria Nam Home Dantaria Namaha Arya Madani Yanamahom Saba Puja Yanamahom Saba Kara Yanamahom Nirasaya Yanamahom Niranjanari Yanamahom Santari Yanamahom Panakatari Yanamahom Parasaya Yanamahom Parakari Yanamahom Niskalari Yanamahom Parapari Yanamahom Kotkari Yanamahom Srasari Yanamahom Erabatari Yanamahom Saranya Yanamahom Sarvadaya Kari Yanamahom Jaranjaya Yanamahom Avataya Yanamahom Vayatarupari Yanamahom Tamoharaya Namahom Yogisvaraya Namahom Karanaya Namaha Valaria Namahom Pramakarina Namahom Sankarakaraya Namahom Jitukaraya Namahom Shivaria Namahom Jayadaya Namaha Japapriya Namahom Visvaruparia Namahom Virustaria Namahom Virampam Studyaya Namaha Shraya Pradaya Namahom Pranadaya Namahom Vishnu Toparya Namahom Gutaria Namahom Gutaraya Namaha Rahnavasraya Namahom Lakrampusaria Namahom Vijunkaria Namahom Bayaruparia Namahom Sarishapaya Namaha Sakaru Parianamum Karabus Mutarianamum Arvapetarianamum Sisumara Pariakarianamaha Pani Ravi Busarianamum Nagadrayanamum Nagatra Bata Subara Satanamavali Nashokos Tenoroso Kurus Mehi for Shield Gnos Gurum Bernarich Anseleb Du Charger Morshul Horshin Joel Achi Sehed Krete Rasmur Nercher Serne Terngale Borraser Mersien Trour Gutjer Tesur Stadi Men der Neman Atol on Mirch Arnspjori neurnianti terne formantiel terne formativ su tuolla brie per tu smur nerciet krete tuon tviu gardu doin antarter amark cern spjori nalum jurmen titur sad Gundrodaren taden drojen jong gumbena cierte ter mosul se pianacerte mosul naci pianacerne se mono birde se pianacerte mono birde me ternam sa dorsaulas erciula ciulciul lerlete Fadlynurme at dem herch stade bure ornio carneros nur commercials nur ben cern center sur cerne gilde se her siral de cerne mirna massa sur Fyrigari, Rosarta, Morn, Pierre, Massa, Sud, Martin, Yari, Peter, Aspir, da Church, Verker, der Führer, Gus, Verker, da Führ, Oranier, Zarier, Ar, Dörne, Ar, Krurdes, Karor, Fen en triur a cornet mer gosner ben mean sul en crior ergus en biul an triul et tur mer se domor so saint an der terra mancagus ans biorad neur mer a bar bianachta no da chirul bilach nach or messer gosor castur nimbernes lium fen gosbor biu der birti el erge fiu na kurute agus feoli nari sart na cherbe fernuai messer gosor castur nimbernes lium fen Crucial vagini precious thus stormon jujaj war cornator macone perani deviu parti perandia randu vratam charasi de om devikari yanya namahakati yarni mahamarya mahayogi arni adeshwar yang pupsurtam devi parti me kuruter namaha I serosaro sofridiane carte de meticale nar gici marnitor la tono borbor vaswa hat hasa vitor varnyam barkul vasia derma idiono no prachudayar ipsos cornation to toro rata Tora ora tu abrahadabra gong 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 geng 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 gong krang kring hong bong gong bung chring kutong gong gong tong bong Malabaka kedaglu gedar marara kobor madu kakudamu wadu kakudamu zari masikaranu werkingu baradimu werkiku baradimu zari masikaranu haru kakudamu wadu kakudamu lugarar marara korbo malabaka kedagadu kakudamu zari masikaranu werkingu baradimu wadu kakudamu lugarar marara korbo malabaka kedag Om Trumpa komisame sugum tim pusti farharo morvaru kami babanat yog mukseri yartiak dam ha rim hum chong krum makub chierke shom krum rim shrim hum shrim shom krum kubjirka krum shom hum amare agri forana no kurazike lego shari shukura yartamha shum shrim vasram medehi sukrai svaha kring kali hum svaha sarva vista medehi mehmaha kili ken namaha sanking jo lang tin jun sanjing jo lang tin ju Oman Brahmahar, Femser Hari, Brahmim Partum Vermarari, Vermahe Haranya Garbaria, Der Mahitano Brahma Prasurarum, Taturum Karki, Vidmahe Hermasru, Daria, Der Mahitano Brahma Prasuratum, Shrim Krim, Salsa Chicken Brahma, Brahma Jashanam Pratam, Purustra Vihi, Mata Purusho, Venabaha, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Shiva, Guru Devo Maswara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tashmeshri Kurve, Namaha, Ushak Neptet Cat Pinking, Am Kaibina Hor, or Liafim Kenebal Set Kesu, Utunizor Korti Hapasti, Taratui or himself, or Embisig Nemahat Kanemius to Metimartu for a root Karmius, Karut, Nekanon, Karmetian and the Pep, Sarah Karun, Neb Harushan, Secretary, Nababu, Neptim Sabu, Adium of Utoraki, Nehem Nepko, Nehem Neferch, Tapana Fetchabu. Tramprium Thor, Civil Sea Floridian, Reading Gatorvingen, Yarmuda Magi, Sesha Begator, Nori, Turman, Heramoska, Hodotski, Orbeaf, Beardi, Altingan, Rof, in Free Life, or the Nordin, Rieda, Free Web, Deg, Vitorgis, Vite, and Gessikors Web Deg, Sweep Dagi, Deg, Bolter, Brand, Freote, Car, Frothy, Frovin, Wegar, Viscar, Vier, Sergi, Revos, Skjors, Life. Skjortung skrifis er mingarn vigjan viskar fjurhåll på en Nahi karin karin kurin kuros gjort mi bifliti briflindi svitas vid tre georg vi ordnir helt garmir svår kontra fyren fin botur Rir, Srig, Rig, Vir, Lifter, Gir, Nospil, Nefopamel, Verkalker, Gokepjer, Melo, Gulmiro, Tilme, Bori, Borbes, Lowertin, Willi, Besur, Bunkomberg, Meo, Sri, Vesri, Notri, Sudri, Midgar, Slepni, Rasa, Dorfin, Night, Naglafari, Oron, Neri, Order, Ringo, Ser, Deskin, Flexi, Mundi, Ferry, Zure, Solo, Bocos, Vins, Bier, Hilki, Bergier, Sirsi, Mule, wir finns skur harti hron wir in sin jarn vi dioreta vor regem vengar Mosorginador in Nairn neer die noor trio voor lien naar neen nerping dein bevuur voor boord noord die woord die noor oin moord wie neer wie gondof in dof doorin viele kili vorndien werden door Troin der weer de naar regrads in Trobner dagsfrari hoordesfrari herri of grumbo en dori ordi door van vari hefti fili horsiole vel diru forski pierska finai hol fingi erkinska di for frosti fingin noriel teresio guberte verdante scorperita picrit nier himing birok var skrev me af i marwin Vierling pressings vassal fasig vierling even vol vasaras jarhutien friglor ki Avinariama pan ya visnu the Maria Marra Samaria Visariama Gatras nan Durtadariam Vistararia Tararia Samasaras Gatarati Viar Horni Makarande Parimala Paribo Gasa Karnde Suri Partipada Verne Baba Paria Cher de varnde saria pipera pagar mernata tarvaham nama makilna savam samudro hitaranga gvakarna samudro nataranga udar kanarga largaba hirtanu jatanu jakula mitra satorste varti nababati kimba bataras garana saryati para patrai Ravatarapa Varta Sarta Sundara Bandara Vinda Govinda Baba Jalardi Malarandara Paramamdara Mapanariatva Menariana Karuna Maria Saranam Karvarni Taraboko Kodranol Itisat Pari Marie Varana Sarojar Sarava Sarduiti Srimat Paramahasa Pari Vrajakarasiyar Suroi Govinda Varia Valpurjas Paras Yasias Rimachakara Baga Varta Kortosa Paris Dutram Sampurnam Kubero Dananda Srida Raja Rojo Dana Svaro Dana Lakshmi Priya Tanmo Dana Dayo Danika Priya Daksirnyo Dame Vrata Dayar Vartu Dara Vrata Divya Laksana Sampano Dinara Jana Raksaraka Dharnya Lakshmi Samarajo Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupa Dharma Bori Dharma Samsarka Neri Svaru Neri Lambo Neri Nar Paripolaka Niyanta Nergunakara Niskarmo Nerupa Rava Navaraga Samarajo Navasankyo Pravartarka Manyasketaradi Samahagorna Karan Virta Yashninku Yashna Sakta Yashna Boryaka Zarsak Raja Katros Ramati Soranjako Raja Puchila Davi Satravasa Dres Tariyavi Yarka Marna Marnasa Vijayo Vimalu Vanyu Vanlu Jaravasala Verumpasa Priyatarmo Verregi Visvatur Muka Sarvya Yato Sarananda Sarvasarti Samarvita Samarnavaraka Sarnya Sarvadaptani Praka Suprita Sulava Surma Sarva Karya Dorandar Rasa Makarna Priya Saksada Baba Sri Viranjita Swaharna Samprito Agilanda Pravartaka Vyorkarna Samprita Samtarsvartana Priya Kalampanam Vasi Ahankantra Vivarjitu Dabia Teru Dharma Verbabu Naravarna Kinoresu Visravana Kalaka Pravartaka Stalakshmya Samriyuta Vyaryato Milo Vargaha Lakorabiulu Palulu Frankusulak Sarmansulu Valpasul Barikasul Sankara Pranara Priya Santa Sandurkunu Pirta Suswata Surgavikarha Sarvakat Marshnu Surmati Sarvetikan Karkara Namaskasan Karang Star Tara Sriman Param Jurti Parapara Samarti Kura Sampana Soronyo Dina Varsala Parup Kori Papagna Tarundi Asaran Nipha Ranta Sorva Kunupirata Surendra Sambevar Pavis Varkyotipita Baria Aratara Saki Orta Prorta Kali Partet Sotram Susera Gorvea Tenetene Terna Pranoti Prusa Sriam Devendra Sanimham Itis Recuperas Tutram Om Yakshaya Kuberia Vishravarya Daratarya Terpatarya Daratarya Samarita Mer Gita Parya Taparya Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Verishvararya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mamakriyadanam Paraya Paraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yakshaya Kuberaya Vishravarya Dana Akashanarya Sarvaluka Vasikararya Danadarya Aripatarya Danadarya Samrudya Derita Parya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Yakshaya Rajarya Virmarya Alikete Sarya Dermahitana Kuberya Prachudayat Zikia Kampasi Yara Kampasi Ringatia Kampasi Ringarana Kampasi Kuki Makampra Zikia Kampasi Yana Kampa Zikia Kampasi Yana Kampasi Ringatia Kampasi Ringarana Kampaga Kumushkarzana Zikia Kampasi Yana Kampa Zikia Kampasi Yana Kampasi Ringatia Kampasi Ringarana Kampalu Golabra Borak in Board Zikia Kampasi Yana Kampa Om Namo Hum Trak Pararani Sumbaru Mogagata Matreya Sumbanyar Kosani Samanta Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bearavada Karambi Om Surbani Sumba Hum Vajra Hum Fa Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Om Korapataya Vara Vara Sarvajame Vasham Mariye Swaha Tapuru Shari with my head Vakratundari Yader Mahitanu Tanti Prachudaya Om Shanti 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 Om Kanahara Yak Sayar Nama Om Karpatiya Nama Om Lamborori Yatnam Home Ring 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 Om Kanantaya Vetama Hevakaltunde Adir Mahitanu Dandi Prachuder Om Shrim Ring Ring Dum Shwala Shwala Shwili Yashaya Jamani Yasha Sarvas Trum Samara Samarik Shemalabam Kuru Kuru Dush Graham Hum Patsvaha Arunam Kuruna Terangitar Shimdu Pusha Kusha Pushpa Paracha Papar Tipi Ravruta Mayukara Hamedia Vipapar and Papar Nim Shrim Marashrim Moragni Shri Marsena Shanes Vari Chitani Kunda Sambuti Devakarya Samurjata Urya Baru Sahasrapa Chatur Bau Saman Vita Ragashar Rupa Pasharia Kruta Konakushu Shwala Mano Rupa Chukutanda Panjatan Matraseka Nijaruna Prabhapura Maja Brahmahanda Mandala Champaka Shuka Pralagos Organtika Lasaka Chakru Vinda Manishling Kanakutira Mandita Islami Tanal Viparaja Dalika Stala Chopa Muka Changa Kalanka Bambuka Nardi Shisha Kavaran Nasmara Mankali Kuratoran Shil Lakshmi Parivaha Chalaminapa Luchara Nava Chapapa Kapus Papa Nansatanda Perachita Terakari Teskarinas Barana Basura Kanamba Manjari Kuta Pana Por Manohara Tika Yukali Burta Tapano Dupa Mandala Parma Laga Shila Tasha Paripavi Kapalubu Nava Vedruma Bombashin and Kari Radana Chaha Vinayogama Sidi Putrikamantra Siksapa Paramara Si Pratishanda Sridi Putragata Patum Bijam Swaha Sakti Partilakam Sridi Putraka Prinjatam Jopi Veri Yoga Yasadi Niasa Om Kasyapa Paramara Sertam Hasarasi Pratishanda Senama Muki Sridi Putragata Patia Namariti Om Bijari Yanama Kuyeswaha Sakari Yanama Pari Fokala Kariyanama Veri Yoga Yanama Sovereign Gitia Salinas Krom Gusibiam Namaha Rim Tarjani Piam Namaha Madi Piam Namaha Mikapiam Namaha Karim Karaskia Piam Namo Krom Kara Kara Prasapiam Namhai Karanias Kromadagi Namhai Rim Sopisrasis Summit City of Salam Kapakayum in the Yu of the Sort Chromosorapatis and again as books Robia Dipandam de Mate studies for the pinning departed Divite Parasavam Jamin Pupia Mika Karamson Pami Amakisamica Puipojam Voyam Yaetam Dupamagrapi Piami Ramangami IT from Sham Vamontamiki Amtraman Eviam Nigartium Sabo Miki Sabo Kabarapujam Smart Pami Chapamala Mantromo Mamale Mahamadi Sabaramator for the Pinning of the Burgistalin Justice as many CD the Baba Kudu Mantrom Rim Sita Guru Prasira Home Rim after 3D Petracamantrom Chrome Rim under Gehrini he Pasaya Visay him Dum Targeam Rim Chromum Bahas Naganeas Chromadaya Yarnamha Prem Spices Rasis Ram Sekai Pasaram Kavakai Humnim Fosor Roma Sai Petitis and Nice books from me at the Digi Mokatayan people Trigamate Studies for the Pini departed the Parasum Chakami Conclusion Fiki Miki Gan of some of Mamaka Samika push by Piami by Miki to Mam Kurapi Piami Garmi Miki from the Sam Pom of Miki from Haneperium Niveriamism Miki Saboka Parapujam Smart Pamijam Panam Kuyatiki of Trade Farm Kanasma Kurapam Japam City Babatu Metevi Prasazat Meister Japamantala Marla Matrom Umpamale Savete Pama Prikito Subhaba Babam Subhum Kurusime Badro Yasobia Yanka Dehime Him City Namaha Hingenes Helgran Hogner Noser Corres Artia Bermo Jolo Tortes Urtiu Madritais Sky Nutomeo F Martioski Papina Egypt Pipacalo Garken Merio Bening Norgoheim Dalaverliu Full Board Belter Forge Biosopher Post Mo Egmorto Noro Boards of Boss for Home Make for a view Near make Harimani or a weepy Mardemi or rain fear mold near Bayan or Bosota bears in mere big bivas and Journeys yearnings Volo near Junk Fonsi Vane or Beaming Campas Gininga in Grassiverki a Borbos near Borch Boma Boo Biares me call me arranged to bus or skins or nenas a lost there. Na Bavors Kurun Loki sort of absurd ni Martna Yankee or Kriheim Jol Boer so near Visio Vorsorre Arti Martini Visio Varmingins Artis Loshnone Visio Vorstrak Big Dungunjun Quinjun Quillo Rextul getting Kopok Bat Getux Norko Mnekjan Nokfono Kofu Morgin hertu och min janta katadona kaptan kurumeter jukituk sesere beers for hor korjem bulbul efla lokru ormsnim bubu at etalo matangas for buol torkor plutia duri torkni tiervu kru hor brain ventiangis votor leons breer borbu porsa Major Morkor Morskol Jotunheim Continue Quilla Workstola getting on Kopa Marketuk Silverski for good Tortovski Joe Brains Block op or Brains Legion Boss Force Monsieur or Brain Vorgo Roin Torin Nor Berman Licken Morgom Gor Blue Fair Gori Jod Blue Sim Dorin Sakbi Honig Wolf Bell Gori Bo Vikinga Niores Bo Sirtia Mo Svero orhorgi petir bosmukno bolonqueva norgin rokolum. Jing xin xin chao tai sheng xai xing ying ban xi hoi ying ming jen shen nan ning san hun yong ju po wu sang king jing ji ru li ling ko shen shou tan ko ho shen tu hoi chu fen xia xian jing lun tong ming yang shen lo gan ji xian ko che wei xian ho ben ki shen yan jian jin xian dan yan ling wo tong xian xi xian lan ye do ki dan kun xi ji ru ling xian xian zhou ling bao dian yun nan wei xian jing di ji wun hu wu yang yun 命定龙白糊涂行分永久国会红无社会无限制之乎理令，按处理性学院西安县不过万零有不监管，处理是令有些有序不得忘记，会中人都内为倾听给二模方为备受淡定。地上有名说是人过一代都人eigentlich人今天的人说天的人还基本上东中永久红浪太用，因为现实我是人能不负命不过就天干路。Daar dat omgang bij zo'n Jan Jo Fouge, Duren, Shawai, Wankin, Jingshan, Shinjo, Yuan Shi Yu Wen, Chishong, Yiban, Yo Beng, Yan Nan, Anjing Yo, Bahai Ji Men, Mo Wang Shu Shou, She Wei Wo Jun Jong, Hoi, Joshan, Do, Ki Chang, Kun, Chijiru, Li Ling, Jingwan, 신조 tiandi 전종 원기 벤권 유원제 징우 신동 전제 내외외로 두 윤푸유 정공 조후유 우 신시 시뷰잔 팅지 보웬 보루단리 양주권신 学习一般新有文明，新学习为我的习为我新出力，系列定我有行动。因为王人内有比例类型人民动会有这无给定定定文章正服务人一切如理领袖让先手都有人就人家养穷。Joro Yulu Shin Kundikian Jin Ling Japan Jian Pei Lin Juan Ling Chen Guan Gao Jing Da Jotan Jijiru Ling Juan Jun Jo Yun Juan Dai Ju Ho Jie Shi Shu Jia 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 or Ho Xian Ho Fu Wu Fang Pai Hoi Yi Zhang Xi Yu Tin Xian 万人安排乃修一样东西，是树林富有亲像像，以前文旦富有手机有明明给无情给，宁时间先罗你给富有名将有来有时间然度。Namo hela dar nar daura ye yer namo wali ye polo je dia shobo la ye porisa ye do po ye mo he sado po ye mo he je lorani jaya hongsa pola fa iso dalo norda je namo jerji lir boyi Mengalia polo gertici fola lento porda molorla Cici limo hepo shame sapoata dosho pengashi Yunsa posa domna mopo sardo namopo kemo fate dota Gerta honga polo gelo ja Deja lorde yigiliamo Hepotizador saposamo plo Lamo gimoji Lito yun jolo jemeng dulu Fascia yedi mohe fascia yerdi tola to La di li ni shi fola ye gela Gela momo fa moalar mu Dili yishi shina la shen fola she li fasha fa shen fola she ye hulu mola hulu jili sola jili sulu putu ye ni li ye lula jinchi di li se nina bo ye Mona so po he jir to ye so po he mo he jir to ye so po he jir to yo ye shi po la ye so po he lo la jin chi so po he mo la lo la so po he ji la singa mu ke ye so po he so po mo he ha ji to ye so po he je ji la ha ji to Yeso po he bo to mo xia ji to yeso po he lo la jin shi po kie la yeso po he mo po le xing jie la yeso po he na he mo he la ta na do la ye na mo wa li ye po lo ji di sho po la ye So po he hong shi tian du mandu la ba tu ye so po he bore bo lo min bo jin jin gun shi jai pu sa jin shen bo re bo lo mi do shi jiao jin wu yun jin hong du yi ke wo Shirley ji bi yu yi gong 公布一些些日系公共一些些手中信息，一副如是些利息，是就发公众不行不灭不过不进不行不展示无公众无些无手中信心上。是无言的比写信以无写信相为主法，无言者乃是无意识者无名，以无名间乃是无漏识，以无漏识间无苦者灭多，无是也无得为无也所得。Grupo Tisablu e Borebolor Mildo Gorgian Wu Guai Wu Guai Guyo Kongbu Yon Lider Domeng Yang Jua Jebne Pan San Shil Jufu E Borebolor Mi Dogo Der Nordo Lo San Mio San Portico Gibo Rebolomi Do Shil Da Shenju 西大明州西我上州我，西我等等我州能主也给我人是不就不就不热不露面多，说起说就有些第二节第二不落节第不落三节第三不嘿。Namo photo ye, namo da mo ye, namo senke ye, namo guanchi japu sa, mohe sa, jorta pajen jer da jil po, anjor jer la pardi jen bo mor, ni mohe a bor deng milulu lulu, deseja sola, hajer li shar ye, hong, basha he, hanbo tamo, jen do mo ni. Shola hong gan bala to bortan mi hong namo san mandu mo do tan nabo lati her do sher so lang nan da ji to an ke ji hong hong ruwala bola ruwala deseja jishili shopoja shanda ja shi li yisho wa he namo photo ye namo do mo ye namo senke ye anji di hulu jidulu jilipo jidali bululi sho wa he anamo bagewari abala mita hayoliya na subi shi jirda Yejo la ja yer dar dar gen da ye ha la he tisan yo san bu da ye darin yer da hansar li a bar sang sergeli a bar li a shur dar da la mari ke gerna sang mawu ger ki shamba wa bi shur di mahena ye bali wali so he namo bo ke pa li pisha she julu be a lurli bola po hela she ye da do che do ye la her di samio sanmo po to ye da je to on pisha she sanmo jadi so he on mani by he hong magani ye na ji du ter bar dajer te jina we dali kesa or worta burli shirkake na bula na burli diote bar nanot ma lorja so laia so po herli poli kyo e kyo herti to lord ni herardi Piriniti mohe ker di jenrinkan dinamo we milo to yebdo to ker to yer to di yeto e milido po pia milido jitan po pe milido bi jiadan dia he milido bi jiadan do ke mini ke no jido jarli so po hena mo foto nan mo orda mo Namo Hena moshili moherti biarrirani toboli fulo no shetlijan santo dashet nemo happy de lo kerti sanmano jol boli di fulir no wali no da mol di mo happy kupi mo hemi ler di lo peur sen kerti jiri ji sen ki jiri san manto anto wano polo ni Chiếu tiền nhân dọn ray sang cú hoàn thiên dùn lêu hù yu hồ thống chống xoan si yu san chun miêu si min nhân tin đi yu hồ vây tiền đi yu hồ bình cheng gor wan vu yu hồ vây phụ lưu shô xia shen yu hồ ma hùng chính chi shen 一是为千生言能让富也是为人人很力劲，心主人民无奈。Ate he yelo, ate ya yo, kichi mani toko ko miki so mabo kawa, o kiwa nixista nixtaki, hey yo, erna hey yo, arne hey yo, ya, to arabia, kina hey yo te, ya to arabia, Gina he yo de yato ha tarbi un gina rin yo te yato ha tarbi un gina rin yo ia hi yu niva hu hi yu niva hi yu niva hu ya hi hu ni yar ni na her narna hi ya hi na hi ni na hi yu niva hu Ja hiuniva hiya he nerna. Yani sini hawana, yani sini hawarna. Hini swavi takini, hini swavi takini. Ni tu inao ho. Ni tu inao ho. Warasina na ho ho. Warasina na ho ho. Ni hima si asisi. Ni hima si asisi. Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmahi Tano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakanadana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmahi Tano Krishna Prachudaya Om Tatporshariya Virmahe Sahasrashariya Mahadevariya Dharmahi Tano Durga Rudra Prachudaya Om Akarnataya Virmahe Vakratundariya Dharmahi Tano Dadi Prachudaya Om Katyanyaya Virmahe Kanya Komoriya Dharmahi Tano Durga Prachudaya Om Vagdevyaya cha Vinmahe Kamarajariya Dharmahi Tanu Devi Prachuret Om Mahadevya cha Vinmahe Vaishnavaya Chir Char Dharmahi Tanu Lakshmi Prachuret Or Mjolnir Sjerch Njerngjerna Tretandur Tiesnarti Morsnar Smar Tripars Vaim Rurkir Tier Tri Eis Darm Doratar Tier Sertornata Sirdam Doro Tortor Nimorjor Lir Mesir Fum Choredi Ialor Iglas Rinsen Lien Jul Nenarskar Tormot Schuld Orcherdum Ti Asnim Tibas Cobra Ser Admir Neer Margertiene Nard Bar Nard Berbam Ser Dam Dorin Narastar Vindruni Beba Rohortier Morich Rosortar Morich Romorter Mondur Niberje Moljech Nimtis Bas voor Versfofnir Motet Nimbrak Barnartier Tochlu Nat Brood Torkras Nat Oliv Dorslin Nimlunter Tu No Kore Panakorde Bjortin Donte Orcher Namaste Ordi Gernan Julie Odmjortnia sercet merciardarch kolter mernaser te voorbrunner bios neerberder moser chandel om doen dieter girl om eil en justjurte only luar mor sin searchmer nens globotjer dark set byra nerch search set ribe ar orer korta kor kukumor liser ruber tins bjortur norin form sa domine esalustur heru esaluster domine esalustur pan esalustur domine esalustur Krishna esalustur domine esalustur Thor esalustur super papulum turum domine benedicto tua. En Israël als er een beetje in het roos renus is geproefd mer perushets kapukin joror kadem se kemen neber on lat kin japem yorno net komari pasharam ne encourages er min eb so baraj er so da prem so den min kin no te presedis param ne kem nemnu taf nem pung nep se kompetem da shorgun ne point oi um boar te pen se op rum patten tru smen men pot net tru smen ma te toy torosnen ta preke mar mujet nu da pepet sem strat tot ik mis set up put my hit op tot dan maar Depset na protect dat het hard bij dat en ik moet wel net doen. Ik heb een slingertine hier op andere huis. Ik heb een skinnet nu. Ik heb nu als slingertine hier op zo'n shoot. Die zit op een keer voor toe dat mijn keroen en heb een shoot op een sarre pasara. Dat die allemaal zo happy zo happy. Ik nam morgen iemand ik heb erop met een maar serket. Ra heru makorti heru te marone shrate peperu henum and heru heru manapu heru beno heru so to be oigep ket tagep kereptis manta but kin norganus mamor kin gat pet them to all sorry ni mer kerus ben keru kruis karine sun mit tus mi ketu tu matu so kunus snese he so rek baret parem kenem sin kin tu so ari chim chutas ke pernem nu yari tinu minas ne ora ken pet udah pada dos ni kini mor kebu pampas so often ketum kedel outside number amanit min hetrum peta petron na shishare kare wishir mo second pet neptet jotat ampo apat second pet second toyer and ampo ampo kintet the biof the poet men ser kemre su second toyer ben api mutet second bas pe pasar per bas wasan wow check second men het para second push da sortini edin sia persepsor o pakor sek karamet sermentet seruite ke musiku sobre senuvi meskeri ke pet sermentet sermare serha pep serha meru second bete picture penti am kapetu no horror di mare pentes baram ke su osras for hier so bomsen pam seku na mate ni atu tu from di mane peru seri kamin shekaru en ken sar kerus pasti ha pada tere keremetion to pep no bras reki no bu no tim se pari ma po futur ki ne bne per ne koos so te pana pe ne bete ti pertu et is mensen men mente doet ze voor kabushi zelfs kijk boom remontoi so moet je gewoon mooi pesnes kun kan ik je beter zo dan je net terug en ik heb ik ember net terug kan misschien maar ken hem doen kan met toe per toe Ramasushiti or Katanjo Jarato Latin Nepet is Argonenium Seneni Joy can next in Nekikui Ross or Shartek as a Kim Curry Poikum Jariwa Makarpu Shon and Janin Miyati Suno Mutapaiti Wabek Waba to I know Kakism and Wapsik Macro Neck and Net if you would effective may do in Sarai Patatum sickness and gate, Ignem de Jordi out neck on Rams or two and Kamopush or two next to Ramen you can put omnibus or geek to technique for me or texture or move Tatem uniformant Sanani fu Wabudi and Katin Mahati in Japan and head Harry or just as a ceremony hope Tame to go Katim Amaru and taking that into ups and acting to Tambin Maria subdue can add it head and better than you are me to order pet new bit in my heart or I mean type of never woman head total set up a madam and Carol has here for it nu opinion that red perry and success Mario como hotel never dead or chips up I'm so hoy mo mekane yo nuk sois so para mutek mesen tu never tem nek over kentin manur sek never tepe men three and do hit aparem shishani never chaka kama tu gut seject hoyam satu ek man nem do ek ook so per tim hotat te ook so per tim hotat empathy mes you poti to view got him up direction tu mutek nu ro nu kun per mun gut op nun shini aparem kun tringon am samarami boy man and Kapernam ten mer totri al tap so keprem moatam shat tunami unu ek musiku shom mo te koi per te go super ye ora a super gem nem trikendra ke zuek se ka tek nu te kurem tu nu te ku op transfer tu ai ne kum tu kiu kwabisne voajne toy em krum or tu al tu na pria soment nu in pe mo ru ne maname se kamen su petres ne Sinati natadi saptapem sakapara nu kutak pro toram sanaka ti kuama kau nek pranu mesa sutu nu duai param ke mutaf ne ambu unlar katertim ke sudis sanek in wabanu henek san herenek yamu hoid ne tari tim sekmi pet ne termin hene sur head no shu sek ha kujur rina sapem skedet a ko mainje win ne tari win ma he Utetsu Masuja Saptu Ota Bejer Hayat Nuenek Bejet Nejek Nevka Cabron to offer Alma Tofot Humamin Masarudu Asatan Tamaruku Never Nature Shadow or Kuki Ati in the Eskimam Gitaka Brute and Tafumu to Mutman of Throshon and Throng and Marek and Colorta Pesudanek. I mean, Hene Shake get the truth or bush or rectar and Epshaka Paramkin Kareng, America Motobus Good Tickle the big now shot of Dana Fluid in Inju, you wash it west. Hotepene Porsche Washnes Hamashamus Sarmain from Petronas and Evanese Kronket or Serutati Sorbetabu Sorbatu Wajarini setting one M Saknu Pukaparam Capri Caparan Capru Neven Kiprashi Capram Brau Donam Pamias una Ankaratin Banting Kabir and one of them and Kabiri unis also the sort of Sabiku Karika me to a you to Trani Sitarasebi Watu Naden Abae Cabaet, se va porzione con offre con la lezione per strappi sarà samo suavo ba second pensuti se va karenim for mem ki use kerike kerkin jaratu amu petem toim net keren tema kru amu refsen turne biga kerine buros roy rusham zu amu amendem sikite brane keremaru amu refsen turne bisam refsen ko ba sik bekan kren wa ba kam net rusam resver mu pet karkishwari sherabai or kursari kaibir kin karabai kunakin baikin kabir tik magnet one is right in the mesh bet kidi had a neck ku samong nu hesha Shemeti you had substance carnage, I mean to one I'm a cook you sat and get him in a minute loose and kaisin and me separate him getting like a kapu, taking under sort of one on one or two opera make a what I've kept napping and so Sufaki to make him a corcus the packet taken in tune of tuning at Piatini, Penelli, Wabanevani, Natrum, Resacra, Precatin, and two new deaf summoning 4 months ago for Sonata Mepson Jarajara. Inekte proasen so ik heb kijkt bij molta van rapronje nu het to niet piantarnin after imes poised at the threshold of shadows and substance we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden light and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone? Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? I can only offer the heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from this sacred well of enchantment that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Sikio Composia Compa Newt Newt Kepra Rara Tumatumatum Kansu or Simitok Shabu Banana Shamtrina, I or Simitok Shabu Banana Shamtrina, I or Simitok Shabu Banana Shamtrina, I Abra. Would you like to see how the sword fell? Bro, look, I reached down there. I looked over. Did you hear anything? Nope. When the sword fell, I'll explain it all out. It started yesterday. I said it, I heard it, I felt it. I said things are about to start crashing or breaking or falling. Something of a crash. I forget what the word was. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Not 2 seconds. Not 2 seconds later, whatever I'm watching on the TV screen, on the movie screen, crash, 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 break, break, break. I was like, damn, I called that shit faster than I ever have before. And, anyways, good omens, good signs. I'll share the details. Let me show you the sword. Let's see. Oh, there we go. This way. That's how the sword fell, man. Cross guard. What? 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 Staying in the portal. Cross guard. That's how it fell. That's how the sword fell, bro. Just like that. See, that's allies. That's friends. That's spirit reality. That's the kind of stuff I just love. I apologize to everybody who was silenced or comments were removed. I am finding more and more individuals who are unjustly removing people's comments, and so I'm working on that. No, I just started looking at the chat and I'm scrolling up to just look at stuff that was removed, man. Because I gotta catch that. I've said it, I've said my piece too many times. I've told many people when I invite them in. I've said it for the past few days. So at this point, any fam, which isn't fam, and all you're doing is removing people's comment. Like somebody commented something about Hare Krishna, and dude removed their comment. That's not cool. The fuck are you censoring that? Censoring that for? You some I don't care what you are, but that's uncalled for. Let people share their faith. Let people share their opinions. So, just anybody who's a moderator on this channel, if you're not a moderator anymore, out of nowhere, it ain't nothing personal. The fact is you were doing more than I asked you to do. You didn't need to do all that stuff. That's why I removed you. So you could go back to chatting with everybody else. Like, I don't like people being bullies. I don't like bullies.
And that's why I'm mentioning it's nothing personal on the removing of moderators, because some people I'm I'm fully aware that they're accidents. Oops, I removed somebody's comment by accident. That accident just cost somebody a blessing. It just made that accident just removed somebody's existence from my awareness. Like I could have seen that and been like, oh man, that's great, and everybody else would have seen that. Oh, that's great, that was removed. An accident caused. So I just don't take it personal. I avoid accidents. I avoid errors. Avoid repeating problems. I don't like dealing with the same fucking thing over and over and over and over and over and over. Either I stop the fucking mistake and I fix my life, or I keep making the mistake and I hurt everybody around me. Those are my personal options. And so I can't afford to give personal blame to anybody or anything, because I'm just trying to avoid things that slow my progress down. I want to keep moving forward. See, I showed you the sword. Boom, the sword fell down. It's still on the ground. Crossguard hits the bottom. The sword's not falling flat like you would expect. The sword has the crossguard. The crossguard is what's hitting the floor. I still have it there. I'll put the video back if you want to see it. Somebody naturally, if they were in the room, they'd run up, pick it up right away. Before I could even see it, put it back where it was. Whoa, bro, too fucking fast. Let me work my own environment here. Be a friend. More than anything, be a friend. That's what I'm asking for. That's what I'm looking for in life, is friends and family. Other than that, man, like, things slow me down in life, and I recognize that. That's why it's not a bad or a good thing. It just, some people are where they are. Like, some plants grow slower than other plants. It's just a thing. Not to anybody's fault, not to anybody's error. It's just part of life. That's the ongoings, and like that's how I man, I focus on the good. I focus on the good. I don't mean anything bad. I don't mean anything ugly, but I want to. There's a fine balance between people not leaving and moderation. I'm walking a tightrope, anyways. I love you all, and I thank you for everything you've done and everything. And the future's an open book, man. Things change all the time, and that's a positive. That's a positive aspect in life. Hmm. Here's what I wanted to chat about. So, how do I spend my time? What do I do? Do I look up books and read information and become aware of stuff to talk about? No, man. No. No. I ain't chasing that shit. I gave up. I already won. I already got my win, which is not what the world sees as a win. I already got my win. I did my study. I did my research. I did all that. So let me take you through my day a little bit. Well, let me take you through my day. Yeah, I still got some left over here. Of course, I do got some left. It's not like I made an extra on purpose so I could just put it in the oven right away. Okay, let's talk about my day. I feel like putting these necklaces on right now. They just sit in front of me. They're like, put us on right now. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Oh, that feels nice. Ooh. Oh, that's funny. So for about an hour after I get done going live, I pull up TikTok and I start watching videos, because there's people, and I'm not pointing at anybody in particular or anything like that, but there's videos, and there are certain keywords spoken, and I'm like, bro, I just spoke those two words together like different ports, but today I ain't said those other words before in a long time, and I'm watching somebody's video they just put up, and they use those two words, and I'm like, I'm paying attention. So let's just say I get an echo from the universe, I get an echo from my neighbors in the world in some form or some way. Sometimes that echo is a little bit older, sometimes it's right spot recent with this very morning. And that varies, that fluctuates, but I watch those. I I feel a connection to hear, to talk, to whatever the case. So I engage that connection. I'm looking for those kind of videos, and then after that, generally speaking, I'm gonna make myself something to eat, and then after that, I'm either going to construct, play some video games, study, copy slash write, more of the mantras. I still got more I'm working on. Let's see here. Where's the page I need to add to? I left it out yesterday, but I didn't start on it. Well, I got this stuff looked up, but like I got some blank space on that other half of the page. So that's another one I gotta write and copy and put in. So I get to my work, and in essence, I get to my work of the day, um, and some of that work can be a video game. It might sound stupid, but we work in a dream space world. We have these kind of things. They're creative. They're explorative. Take it as you want to, and I'm serious. Sometimes I'm sitting there grinding for like, I don't know, 4 hours of gaming. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking tired of gaming. I don't want to be gaming. I'm seriously tired of gaming, but like, I'm like, I know I need to make progress, and so I make the progress that I need to. It is called character development at the very least, and I've found that there is some massive correlation to the dream world and and video games. There's a big correlation to that thing. I heard or read something yesterday that they measured like the physical space within Minecraft, the game, and I'm gonna get it wrong. I'm gonna get it completely wrong, but it was something like, I want to say it was like 100 times the size of Earth, or 300 times the size of Earth, or three Earth sizes. Or it was huge. Compared to our physical space that we have accessible to us. It's a huge amount of space to work with. When I was younger, people read books and they got an active imagination. They can visualize things easy. I don't visualize things in my head too easily. I gotta work at that. That takes effort for me to visualize something in my head. Or it's my third eye activated. Like my third eye wants to show me something. Like, look at this shit, and it's gonna happen. I'm like, oh, okay, it's gonna happen. It is happening. Whatever. And and gosh, I was like, oh, my day, my time. Um, Video game world. That's space to create. That's a world to create. That's digital space, man. That's familiarity. Like I was saying, as a kid, for me to see, I wasn't saying what I was leading up to. I had the cartoons and the video games and Super Mario's and Ninja Turtles. So a lot of, I didn't have enough fucking ideas inside of me to visualize these things. So I'm like, oh, wow. So if I need to see something, shit, I'll pull something up on the screen. Boom, I can see it. I don't have to imagine it like
for me, I don't have to see it in my mind. I don't have to pull something up on it. There it is. So many times I'm like, man, this would be a great idea. And then I go look it up online. It's already done. Somebody already got business for it. Well, that's cool. But the visualization in the space and the ability to contextually work in a virtual world and then bring that virtual work into practical application in the spirit world and the dream world and the dreamverse, like, we like to think that our human bodies are the primary focus of our lives. It's just half of it. The spirit, man, the soul, what we got, that we live as, man, they've been setting things up for a good long while. And then after that, I go to bed about, I don't know, between 6 and 8 o'clock, 6 and 8 p.m. depending. I go to bed about that time. But that's generally my day. I'm not like right now spirit work. I did a skirt because I was supposed to do. I'm gonna leave that there for now. But I was supposed to have my tiger skirt right over here, so you can see in the comments. I was supposed to have my tiger skirt. So essentially, I made my tiger skirt. So the tiger's under there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so finally got that together. Um, no, it was a bunch of sewing yesterday. I got some more sewing to do today. Um, New portions of my outfit, new transformation. So that's the thing, is it's always transforming into something else. It's a different outfit. Um, you think of a actor, right? Not just an actor, but somebody on stage, and they got to do a costume change, right? Different scene. They got to change their outfit because they're going to be playing a different aspect of that character. Or maybe we don't have enough actors for every single fucking role, so you got one person playing two different roles, man, and they got to get in that outfit, jump out of it, get into this outfit, go out there, and you know what I'm saying? You hear me? You got that idea. And as I've learned in my life, if you're going to align with the divine energy, there is a substance, a metal or a stone. There is an oil, an herb, a flower, a plant. There's a color. There's all sorts of there's words. There's certain prayers. If you want to connect to an energy that's Pisces, or you want to connect to an energy that's kingly, or you want to connect to an energy that's funny, whatever you want to connect to, there's a divine embodiment out there in our past. They got colors and stones and flowers and everything. You start dressing up. You got a new Halloween character to dress up for. Boom. Guess what? You do it long enough, you wear that outfit long enough, you carry those little trinkets on you long enough, and then you're going to start thinking like that motherfucker. See, I don't need to study anymore about and this and I just need to dress up as the motherfucker, and eventually, after reading their words, I'm changing my frequency to become whatever the spirit, whatever I need to do to get past whatever the heck is in front of me. And so a lot of people I can perceive have a construct of one or the other, but I've had a lot of people ask me who my plug is. How do I get the information I get? Blah, 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 blah. It's the divine, and you could get it too. And the only way that you could actually process that is to accept
that you have the ability to be anything. Your soul, your core at its essence, is unconditioned. Think about humanity and the whole world we live in. Everything is about conditioning. I'm going to condition you to be like this, so you're like that, and I have that. Everything conditioned, conditioned, conditioned. We got a word for this. We got a word for that. That's your word. That's the cage you're in. You can't do anything else. That's it right there. That's you're in the box. That's it. That's your box. That's your book. You can't get out. Right? Stupid shit like that. But you can walk this world and you can find a teacher anywhere. You can shift. The examples are all around you. And it's like trying out a different personality. Have you ever tried out a personality? You don't know what I'm talking about? You got no clue? You went to a movie. You seen a movie before. Yeah. Saw something you liked in that movie. Something the character did. Something. Whatever. Like some catchphrase, some little gesture, some little smile. And you're like, you know what? You didn't even think about it. You didn't even think about it, but you started doing it. You started doing it. You didn't even think about the movie. You just made it a new part of your life because you like the way that looked. You tried out a new personality trait. I'm going to try out a whole motherfucking personality. And in order to try out that personality of anything or anyone, guess what? I got to chunk mine to the side for a bit. That's why I got a book with a language, a divine love language. It goes back to my personal journals of understanding how my mind and my heart works and all that shit so that I can understand it best. Yeah, it's made so other people could understand it, but it's for me first. Books for me first. So I can literally take all of my clothes, my personalities, my ways, and I can be like, you know what? I could come right back to my morals and everything the way I am for a moment. Well, I never get rid of my morals. Those are like my undies. I'm going to keep my undies on. But I can put myself to the side for a bit and I can try another personality on. I can try somebody else's approach to life. Let me see how this goes. And once I get done with this, I'm like, you know what? Actually, this one and my book, they actually kind of complement each other, and I kind of make them fit in together. And a new book is made with both of them. But I leave out a bunch of information from that other book. I can't remember everything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know, maybe if the book was the same size, maybe it'd be the same thickness, I don't know. Anyways, and that gives me the ability, though, to be able to try on a new personality, not lose myself, not get confused with my environment, not think I'm better than somebody else. I I got all those proper things, greed and lust and all that. That shit's fucking dead, stabbed. I got it fucking trophies of that shit being killed in my fucking space, like all around. We got trophies of killing that bad junk. So what people are afraid of is losing themselves. But my own opinion, my own 2 cents, not just opinion, my own life, after I found myself, oh shit, I remembered it out of thin air the first time, so the second time I can do it again, especially if I got something physical in front of me. whether you're here or not, Stephen, this is a reality of life for everybody. And this is a lesson that I don't verbally communicate. The omens in the fly of the moment just said share, so I'm going to share. If you come in and you're like this, and you're always embraced, okay? And one day you're released from that embrace. You stand on your own 2 feet. Do you feel separated? Do you feel lost? Do you feel detached? Then you have some soul searching to do. You have some work to do. That being in the embrace is actually detracting. It's not helping you grow, it's actually causing you to be weaker. And that kind of reality is something I've been through over and over in my life. And it's a fact of the spiritual path. If I have people I talk to, I'm going to keep talking to them regardless. The only thing that was removed was the ability to remove somebody's comments from the chat log. That's the only thing that happened. It's the only thing that happened. You don't have the ability to remove people's comments. That's all. That's all. You're still fan. Nothing else changed. If something else changed, that's a personal journey right there. That's growth. That's growth to overcome. That's not to overcome. That's growth to have, to embrace, to become, to go through experience. And that's where religion fails. That's where every group I see fails. Is you have to have the group in order to be good. That's failure. That's codependency. Codependency doesn't work. Not in the long run. It's a nice little short gain. It's a nice little pro. I get mine, you get yours. We suffer some each. Fuck it. Not me. I'd rather not suffer at all. Is there suffering attached to it? I'll skip on that. People take things very personally in life. We're all on our journeys and we're all at a different point in our journey. We're time travelers meeting up in the same place. So we move in at different places, different speeds, different rates, different everything. It wasn't a bad or good experience of life. I put my email in the chat log every single day. I put my personal email in the chat log every single day. If somebody feels disconnected because they no longer have the privilege to remove somebody's fucking comments, were you sending me emails? Were you talking to me? Was there a relationship? Anything outside of just this? No? I'm gonna keep doing my best. I can't I gotta go with what I know best in my heart. And I don't wish anybody or desire anybody to feel hurt over my path. My path is my path. But alas, we can't truly control how other people feel. We can't change those emotions. So, do you spend your life stopped at the railway crossing, even though there's no train? Just sit there, just wait forever? Not me, man. I want to keep walking. Shit. I seen them lights going. I heard the bells dinging. The poles are down, but there ain't no train there. Ain't no train, ain't nothing coming. For as far as the eye can see, and it can see for a while. Shit, I'm walking, bro. Thank you. RYGT. Um, Most of my stuff is uh, everything I currently have on as far as beadwork has been, other than the solid steel, has been a bracelet or a necklace. At some point, it broke, came apart, and I refashioned it into what they are now, of my own working each. And something I've learned along the way, you wear something long enough, you have something long enough, eventually it's going to break. Once it breaks, I mean, it doesn't lose its value. It's all the components, they can be turned in. They, number one, it is a talisman of itself. Each bead is a talisman. Each stone, each what pendant is a talisman of itself, of the energy that it's collected. That's why it broke. And to refashion that into something else, and to take those talismans with specific energies and to blend them to alchemize those effects. Um, yeah, yeah, that's up my alley. That's what I'm about. Very welcome, Red. Uh, Now, Michael, for each one was born in their own time, as as they would properly be born into. Um, I'm happy for my life where it is and the time that I'm living, that's for sure, and have been enjoying it. Um, we do have incarnations that come back time and time again, so perhaps those desires that one may have in that regard, if those are desires, uh, perhaps that's a past life that you're recalling. Perhaps that's a past life you're connecting with, a memory or something of the sort. Usually, I find that things we wind up saying, the spirit will have the soul will have a way of just making it come out, and then we have to explain something different, even to ourselves, even to oneself. I've found that a lot of those impulses of feeling and those words just popping out of the mouth, those thoughts, maybe if
A lot of times that was the soul saying, no, not maybe, that is. That is, that's where to go. That's learning how to navigate your intuition beyond trusting somebody else's advice. Because other people's advice jumps within us. We have our intuition of what our soul is guiding us to, but then we listen to somebody else's advice. So, human advice and soul intuition gets mixed. And then we can't tell which is which. It all looks the same. And that's essentially a big portion of how I've lived my life through the intuition of which I've been guided to and connected with in those regards. And oh, that's cool, Forsaken. 1920s, bro. I felt the roaring 20s big time. And Michael, you were talking about, I've heard in reincarnation you can actually go back in time so you could die and then be in the Old West. That'd be crazy. Like, as far as going back to the Old West, man, like, I think it was, I really do believe it was, I don't mess with guns. I don't care for guns. I shot a gun one time in my life. I was like, I don't know, 10 years old or something. I was really young. There's my mom had a boyfriend. He was, a cop and shit like that. So it was all like, it was cool, whatever. But like, I was in front of him and he put the gun in my hands and, and like, and so he was behind me. I'm a little kid. He's a he is a big dude compared to me, little kid. And I pulled the gun, and it literally. Have you seen the movie Tommy Boy, or any movie where somebody's falling down a hill and it's just fucking keeps falling, and they run into shit, and they just keep falling, and they just keep falling, and they hit a tree and shit like that? That scene. That scene. I shoot, the gun's in my hands. He's behind me. Big dude's behind me. I shoot the gun. It pushes me back. I knock him back. And we go tumbling down the fucking hill. So, only time I ever shot a gun in this lifetime. But I have zero desire to shoot a gun. I have zero desire to handle a gun. I have zero desire to learn about a gun. I just feel like in a past life, like in the Old West, man. Whoo, shit. Do not put a gun in my hand unless the end of the world is present. If the end of the world is happening, okay, arm me. I am ready to go. We will win. But other than that, do not, do not put a gun in my head. I don't want it. Keep it. I just very much feel that old Wild West, that 6 shooter. Just have it. There's a lot of room on the hips for only two guns. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you got one, two, three, four, five, I could fit at least 6 guns on my hip. We could do at least 6. I mean, I ain't never tried it, but I'm just spitballing here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's a lot of fucking shots without having to reload. Other motherfuckers. That's just saying,
That's why I like video games. Just keep it virtual. You know, Bebop's exactly. See, yeah, hit the marks your first time. Damn. Learning other people's tactics is similar to going to school. I want to tell you about something I did in grade school. I got a story. I got a story. It's grade school. I was in this uh sixth grade. Yep, I was in the sixth grade, and no, sixth or seventh grade, whatever. I was a nerd back then. I had a bully. His name was my name. We had the same name, but this dude was like 2 feet taller than me and about a foot or foot wider in pure muscle. And this dude he had it out for me every freaking day of my life at that school. Rudder Elementary School. Rudder Rudder Rattlers it used to be. Now they're the Rudder Raiders. Anyways, and I got tired of being picked on. So it was a thing with middle school that you got D-hole if you didn't have your book 2 times. 1 mark, 2 mark means you get D-hole. You have to stay after school for an hour or two or whatever, right? Nobody wants that shit. So I just walk up behind people and the bell will ring, people go to their locker, right? And nobody pay attention to me. I'm the nerd. Nobody care about me. They busy with their important friends and shit, right? So they be at their locker, and I will eyeball, just my eyes. I have a piece of paper and a pen ready, just my eyes, and I would see their locker combination. I'd see the number stop. Boom, boom, boom. 3 digits. I can remember that shit. Walk off, write it down, got their name, got their locker number. So I did that to everybody that fuck with me. Everybody. I don't give a fuck who you are. I had a page full of everybody's locker combination, their code, their name, and their locker number. And if people picked on me, treated me bad, or did me wrong,
Then I waited till after school because I was the last one at school. It took my mom 2 hours to pick me up after school. Literally, I'm not exaggerating. I because we lived on the other side of town and I really wanted to go to the school, and so my mom made it happen. But I had to wait. So I got there early and I stayed there late. So after everybody was gone, I'd go to a locker and I would take a book out and I go to another locker of somebody they don't talk to, somebody they have no connection with. I know the fucking social order of shit. It's very obvious. And I'll take their book and give it to somebody they don't even fucking know or talk to. So their book will be missing, and they will not have their book at least for a day, maybe two, maybe more. Now, here's where the story gets pretty cool. I didn't have to do it anymore. Eventually, people just stopped fucking messing with me. My bully wasn't picking on me so much. It's okay. I forgot all about this list. I pulled this list with all the locker combinations and everybody's name in the middle of fucking Mr. Peters' social studies class. And I'm like, oh, I forgot all about it, man. Months went by. I was like, oh, this little fucking piece of jealous shit twat saw me. And he went to the fucking principal's office and he told on me. I got suspended. and and on the day I was suspended, there was another dude. He was kind of a semi-cool bully. He would like, he was rough with me. He was a bully, but he was also nice to me. So it was fucked up. And but he went to the motherfucker who ratted me out during fucking lunch outside and fucking flipped this dude upside down and put him head first into a fucking trash can. I heard the story from everybody. I was like, fuck yeah, man. Somebody fucking did some shit to that. Loved it. It's great. Now, here's the funny thing. They decided to take my locker away from me for a month. That was my punishment. My teachers were pretty cool because they let me leave my books in their classrooms, so like I didn't have to go to a locker and I didn't have to carry my books. Like it's fucking great. At the end of the month, they come up to me and they're like, "Did you use your locker?" And I'm like, "No, not at all." And they were like, "Oh, good, because we forgot to lock it." I saved the best for last. While they were trying to decide what to do with me, they called my mom. They called her in, and they said, Rosemary, they said, you don't exactly know what to do with your son here because nothing was technically stolen. Everything was returned. Nothing was damaged. There was no vandalism. There's no actual crime that has been committed. There's no actual wrongdoing that he actually did. I fucking defended myself against malicious motherfuckers, and I played inside their goddamn rules. That was middle school. And now I'm 40, 41, 41. And I've learned a lot more than some locker combinations in life. Quantum spiritual
people are so concerned about the opinion of another. And in the spirit world, none of that matters. That's a that's a human trait. That's not a divine quality. Those are two different things. And you can just plant the seeds to grow, and either they'll grow or they won't. I had this one dude come over to my house once. Like, I invited somebody to my place. We're gonna go chill, do whatever we're gonna do. And I'm heading back to my place. And this other dude sees me that knows me, and he's like, "Hey, can I come with?" And I'm like, "Okay. I didn't invite you, but I know you, so alright, go ahead." And they get into my place and then proceed to tell me that they're tripping on LSD, acid, or what the fuck ever. I am not a goddamn. I'm not that person. You can't keep your fucking marbles together. You just, you would be best somewhere else. I'm not. I am not teaching Religious 101 where we can go back to Isaiah chapter 13, verse 23, and make sure we read 1, 2, 3. Remember, this is what. Fuck that shit, man. I'm trying to lose motherfuckers that are like that. So, that's why when people try to come at me and they play mind games, you don't understand the kind of fuck. You know what? I'll tell you why things aren't scary to me in this world, because I have seen this side of the spirit. I have seen what is next, and you would call it hell. You would call it demonic. You would call it evil, but I tell you it's divine. You judge something on appearance. Oh my God. You, you still stuck with that age old lesson, judging a book by the cover. You ain't gonna get far at all. But I had the divine. I know how the divine is. I know the peace. I know the love. I know the good. And they said we're gonna show you. I said I don't care to see. They said we know. That's why we haven't shown you, but we would like to show you. You need to see it. They didn't say you need to see it. More that they would like. They It was a moment, and they said we want to show you our appearance. And I was like, all right, go ahead. And they opened up my third eye, and I saw their form, and I was like, yep, I'm good. I'm good. When I get there, I'll be family, and I'll look like that too, and it's fine. But I already know. I already. How do I know without even seeing it? I already just goddamn know. I lived it, been it, in it. I already know. Shit. You're trying to imagine a quantum being, and then think about, I'm gonna use the wrong words, but you look under a microscope and you got the little, it's like a little oval and it's got the little squiggly lines, and you always see is this clear moving black outline stuff. Well, what if we saw through their eyes and had that perspective of seeing them at that level, dude, man? That shit would look trippy as fuck, is all I'm saying, man. What's within us truly does sing, does breathe, does transmute every single element, be it in the air or the ground. Soul, the soul, the soul truly is eternal. And that brings a real peace of mind, a peace of being, to where you're no longer concerned about other people, their opinions, their validation, their approval. None of it. Because they're chasing a different dream. the journey's going to take you towards your destination. And if your destination is not the same as mine, then we're going to end up at two different places. That means even though our journeys may intersect for a bit, they're going to separate as well. This is life. Ascension is not a group journey. It's a solo course. It's a solo journey. Ascension, you don't do it in a group. You do it by yourself. You could set all the breadcrumbs up you want for people, but if all they do is eat up the bread every single time they see it, they never going to remember their way back, know where they are. They're just going to have a full tummy and they're going to be upset when all the goddamn crumbs are out. They didn't get anything from it. I gotta see who's around me. Who are you when the chips are good, and who are you when the chips are down? I wonder. Oh, I fucking wonder. Michael, back then, um, I didn't have this style of dress. I don't think I wore a single necklace or a single bracelet, and if I had eyeliner on, it was for certain days and not every day. Um, that was a different time than it is now. But looking at it from the other side of the veil, his energy could have picked up my energy. But to wrap that story up, I didn't tell the ending of that technically, Michael. So thanks for that comment as well. In addition, um, the person never. I gave him compliments. I gave the dude compliments, and the dude never talked to me a single day after that. No explanation. He never talked to me a single day after that. I did nothing but give him compliments. There was somebody else in the room. I was in. I don't know. There was. I made a compliment, and he looked at me weird, and I knew something went through his head, and I was just like, whatever the fuck he saw. I don't know what the fuck he saw. I don't know what the. I don't know what he. That was it. That was it. I tried to message him. Nothing. Nothing. No response. No nothing. Totally like I would ghost somebody. Totally ghosted my ass. It's like, I am not a good trip. I'm not your trip buddy. I'm. I'll take you on an adventure. I'll take you on a. I like to call them expeditions. I like to read the words of power. I know what I'm doing there. Um, but in that story and in that context, I'm not that. I'm not that person. the Unforsaken. Thank you, Marcy. So I mentioned this the other day, and as far as third eye activation goes, your entire spiritual journey, your entire course is literally um, awakening each aspect within you that you have the ability with your third eye. Okay, this is why people on their journey gets. Okay, this gets rich. Okay, I'm talking my journey. For me, I have created. Look, this is a skirt that I hand sewed together, literally. Boom, 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 boom. I got a big ass little bonk on it right there. Hand sewed that mug, right? Like fucking, it's fucking dope. The whole thing. Okay, I made these go for about. I sold one for $400. Look, it's got pouches on it. Well, this one doesn't have a pouch, but this one got a mug strap on it already. Boom, boom. Anyways, so show the clips. It's got a nice good old brass clip on there. Anyways, I've made things and created things from scratch in my own creating my own patterns and everything. Oh look, this I did it for myself too. Let's see. I made a fucking case for the scissors. Boom. Because I'm always stitching and sewing and stuff, so I got my scissors right there. Boom, boom, right? And I didn't stop and keep making those. I could have kept making those, and I would be sitting up with money, and I'd have a business, and I'd be making those all day long, and they'd be selling at the Renaissance Fair, and I'd be traveling around and all that stuff. I had something else I was really good at. I could have stopped there and done that. I said, no, I got to keep going. I got to keep learning. I go to one place, I learn what I need to at that place, and then the universe says, all right, you learned your shit, make your new outfit, gonna move you on, dot, 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 dot. I go, I find, I learn at the next place. Essentially, what's happening upon the shamanic path is that each experience is, you remember how to do that? Boom, could do that there. Okay, we're done with it. Boom, you could do that there. Boom, we unlock that portion. And literally, the whole journey is accessing and unlocking all the aspects that you have through of sight and perception through your third eye. It's very complicated, it's very in depth, it's very, it can destroy your life if your third eye is open prematurely. Okay, that's where people go cuckoo for cocoa puffs and they really go to the fucking loony bin. Okay, for real, for real. That's what we don't want. We don't want that to happen. We don't have to go through the extreme trauma. And so that's why we accomplish something and move on from it. Accomplish something and move on from it. A lot of times we'll go somewhere, we'll accomplish something, we'll ignore the accomplishment that we had. It was evident, but we'll ignore it, we'll minimize it, and we'll say, I got to fix this person instead. Your job was never to fix the person. Your job was to learn, remember that you could, we unlocked that ability. Time to move on. That's why we closed the door. That's why the confrontation started. That's why the conflict was kicking off. Or told you to move on. You wanted to stick around. Now you're dealing with the consequences. There's friction because it's like two magnets trying to stay together and they're pushing away from each other. It's just energy is just chaotically pushing against each other. And in that way, we're able to truly, as I mentioned yesterday, I've mentioned some days before, when my third eye completely opened, that was at the end of my spiritual journey. So when I got full memory recall, that was the whole journey completed. That was like the final reward, uh, the final activation of things within. I mean, all the chakras, all those energies were arranged, were aligned, were attuned. I've mentioned it for 2 days running. This would be the third day in a row I've mentioned it, and not one person sent me an email for it. And the system is called the Kuji-In system. It really works. It's powerful. It literally teaches you how to have control and activation of your own chakras. Nobody free information, legit freaking thing, man, from Japan, translated into English. Like holy crikey! I mean, it's. But if you don't want to learn those technical details, there's no way your third eye is opening. Your third eye is way down at the end, and you're at the beginning. Like, how do I make that happen? You go on a fucking journey. You learn, you experience, you research, you take notes, you have an idea, you try the idea out in your own personal life. Do you have success from it? Yes. Keep on doing it. Move on to the next thing. Did you have success with that? Yep. Put it in your pocket. Move on to the next thing. And then you got 100,000 things in your pocket that are on automatic. Why? Because you did it for so long, it became naturally ingrained into your behavior. It's in your subconscious. Your whole life is autopiloted, running on all of these divine programmings rather than human followings. Human design versus divine. But that's, teach their own. I actually do have Aztec blood, Journey. I do. Legitimately. My grandma's last name was Cortez. She was not from the States originally, and she was from Mexico. And yeah, my blood goes back. Um, Literally that descent, that mixture. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. Showing true colors. I appreciate how you put that. No disrespect at the end of it. So here's an interesting factoid. The dude, Johnny Depp, very much looks like my mother. He's passed away since, but he looked like my mother's twin, my uncle Bob. I thought they looked freaking identical. I was just like, my uncle Bob in his prime, and Johnny Depp. I was just like, dang, what's the difference? And and then people have, oh my gosh, lots of comments on that regard. So thank you for your approach on that one. And so, but I accepted. I accepted ultimately because I found out that we have Cherokee in our blood. We also have Cherokee in our blood. It's the Cherokee in him and me that you see. It's the Cherokee that I saw in him and my uncle. That's what it goes back to. Just letting you know. That's what you're seeing. Whoa, James, that's pretty cool. Um, Showing true colors. I have not sent my blood in. I've not done a technical dealio. My dad did a portion on his half, and my grandma, she's amongst others, she shared stories with our family had a map, and there was two individuals in our family over the years in the past, and they went looking for the treasure, and each one on their own accord, and neither one of them ever came back. So yeah. um but no, I've never done any technical blood testing to like be somewhere or whatever. uh that would be really interesting, because if I could just get a roof over my head and not have to pay for it every month, I wouldn't have to ask for donations. I wouldn't. I can do things a little bit differently. Um, but in any regard, um, no, I have not looked into it. But you would be the second person to ask me about it, so maybe I should. Um, I'll just put it this way, bro. I don't want to say anything fucking and want me to talk. You can keep going on. You know who I'm talking to. You could keep going on. And all I'm going to do is just put a silence on it. I'm just going to silence that. I don't even care anymore. That went over the head. That's about the last. That's more than I'd do for most people. Oh no, showing true colors. No, you're on point. No, Wincham, you're um this is a little showing true colors. You're totally good. When you mentioned that it sounds like a wind chime in the distance, I had not read your comment. That's the first time I actually just read your comment right now. Um, bean water, yo, that's for real. Okay, so I got one for you on as far as the bean water goes, right? So they sell almond milk, right? Hazelnut milk. They sell all these nut milks. The last time I checked, the only real milk in existence comes from a teat, you know, to flesh, and that's what comes out is milk. So I think they should relabel all of those as nut juice. You have your milk and you have your nut juice. No, it's all good, James. It's all good, bro. It's all good. Oh.
Did I show y'all how the sword fell earlier? If I did or if I didn't. That's how the sword fell. That's the kind of stuff that goes on regularly with me.
Thank you. Thank you. The gong was massive. Uh, I don't want to call it a reward, but I earned that. I earned that's a $400+ drum gong, and like the it's, that's not an easy buy. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, and the universe took some things away from me and gave me the gong in place of those other things, and there was the gong, and it was three things total that were pretty big. And so what I did was I set the gong in front of me, and if you set the gong in front of yourself, that metal will catch back, and it'll have a reverb. Your voice will actually reverberate. You'll hear a sound distortion from it. And so I literally read hours and hours and hours, day after day after day after day after day after day, with my gong centered in front of me, just sending that energy. And somebody asked, clearing negative energy for the gong. And so the gong does displace current energy with blessings, with immense blessings. So if everything's cool and chill, then everything's good. The gong is more of a signal to the spirit side. Let these blessings go out to everybody, to the space, Yes, a clearing. Yes, a cleansing. Um, I've been doing it at the beginning of the ceremonies. When I first started reading, that's all I had. I didn't have candles. I didn't have incense. I didn't have stones. I didn't have bracelets. I didn't have nothing. All I found was the ancient words of power, and so that's what I read because I knew the translation. I knew what they were saying, and they were an immense amount of blessings. So I read, and I kept reading because God dog it, I need some divine help in this freaking world. I can't do this. I can't do it. I am no good in this human world. I fail, I'll lose. I'm not playing the game. I'll fold my cars, take my goddamn skin. I don't care. So I'll pray and pray and pray. I don't give a fuck what language it is in. I don't care if it's a bad or a good. I need some fucking help, guys. I need some help. This human world's got they kicking act they're hurting us. And it ain't just me, it's a bunch of us stuck like this. So not just me needs your help. A lot of people need your help. So I started reading. And as I kept reading, well, my life got better in some financial way to where I could have a candle going, to where I could get incense, to where I could get some stones and a bracelet and this and that. And so, Shisha, if this reading's like they want me to have these items, they made sure I went and saw that. I had no clue that temple was there. I walked up, holy shit, this is a freaking temple there. Why? Because I prayed every day, let me eat at your table, God. Let me eat at your table. Let me eat that divine feast with your family. Let me be there with you. Because this world doesn't have anything I want. There's not a single person. There's not a single thing. There's nothing I want. The three people that meant the most, my mother and my two daughters, they're gone. They ain't here no more. There ain't nothing on this world for me. Let me feast at your table, God. Please, mother, father, family, help. And they heard me. They heard my tears. They heard the pulsation of my heart. They felt the energy from the power coming from my very body, from my very being. That's what they will hear of you. But if all you do is put your faith in another human, even me or anybody, you're going to hit the fucking ground. When you running fastest, you're going to face plant. I don't want that for you. They don't want that for you. The ways of man are not going to get you your salvation. And you don't need somebody showing up to fight your battles. You just need to walk your path. Be present for it. Accept reality as it is. Don't fight with it. Accept it. Learn from it. See a different perspective. The world is a kaleidoscope of views. And that's why I don't join groups, because all they want to do is show me the reflection they're seeing. Their image is backwards. I understand what they're seeing is backwards. I understand it's only one angle. That kaleidoscope got many angles. I need to see every angle, and I'm going to look at the image in the middle that's really there too. Not just what's being reflected. I'm going to see through that shit. I'm going to move that kaleidoscope and be like, oh, that's what I see? Okay. I see why y'all are doing what you're doing. I can't fight with it. I see why you're doing what you're doing. I can't fight with that. Okay, well, I can walk my path. That's what I can do with this. And my path, by seeing all those angles, is not the path that others have followed. It's not what they have seen. It's not what they have preached. It's what I have put together in my own head, and which my North Star, my heart, has been my soul the whole time, guided me to what I need to know in the future. Every day is a present. Every moment is a present. And you're going to open those doors to your future, or they're going to stay closed.
Either you're going to accept with what you have and stay inside that cage, or you're going to open those gates of your mind and you're going to walk through beyond what anybody sees or does. Because you know you got a divine father and mother out there, and they said, just trust me, I'll take care of you. I take care of the birds and other animals. You're more important than them. They need to hear your heart, not your words. The heart is going to it's going to sing truth, all of the truth. But the words, even we ourselves are deceived by them. And that was the real blessing that I learned about my soul, about my own being, which is true for every life. It's unconditioned. There's no box, there's no word, there's no cage, there's no religion, there's no country, there's no world, there's nothing that can contain and put you in it. Because you could transform into this, or you could transform into that, or you could learn how to be this, or you could learn how to be that, or you could go back to doing it like that, or you could play like this. You could, at any moment, you could change how you approach life. You could do something different. And only you can realize that. You can't convince people of that. The only way you have a chance of convincing them is connecting with their heart, letting them feel that resonance from one to the other, and then they go, holy shit, I felt that. I fucking dreamed something too. I've had some interesting ideas lately. You can try those ideas out or follow those ideas and winds up making your life better or smooth something out you've been having an issue with. Holy shit, we're on to something. Never approached life like this before. Fucking switch just got turned on. I'll fucking take it. Don't know where the free energy's coming from, but shit. I guess that's why it's called free. I'll take it. There are certain times when I'm going over the words of power, the prayers, the ceremonial portion, and I look at my hand. At some of those times, I'm extending my hand to offer. At other times, and this is more so on the personal level, sometimes the spirits like open your hand because they want to put something in there. It's good to leave the hands open. But if you're around the wrong individuals, it's good to keep them hands closed. Accepting the wrong thing can really cause us to trip up in life. And knowing what flows with your heart and with your own being, with what you're into, what you like, you can always learn. I never had accepted something that they extended the whole time. Focus upon thyself, and thy path it'll unfold. I've learned one thing. I am constantly tripping up if I'm looking at everybody else's steps. So that's something I can't waste time doing. Skylar Shire. If you want to have a one-on-one,
I do have an Instagram account. We can do like a face to face, and it's like it's private. Nobody else is watching. I did it on TikTok, but then people would join the freaking conversation. I'm like, it was a one on one. What the heck's going on? So I don't, I don't know what the heck they doing over there. But there's my email. Shoot me an email, and maybe today, or maybe we schedule it for another day, tomorrow or another day, whatever. But shoot me an email, and we can definitely do that. Again, I have an Instagram account, so just make an Instagram account. You probably got one already, and we'll just boom, boom, connect through the email, and we can do that. Very welcome, very welcome. You know what's interesting, Josh Ure, is I've mentioned this before, and each place I was never diagnosed with anything. I was never giving any medication, and I literally wound up counseling, guiding several other people that I'd be around every single day, give the advice. I'd just be a friend, just be me who I am, like I am here for that time. And the first one, the head of that facility, they said I could do anything I set my mind to. They said I could do anything I set my mind to. Anything. They made it a point to look in my eyes and tell me that. The next place, the head of that facility, he winds up talking to me within a month. And he starts writing fervently, and he says, "Get out of here! Don't you ever come back! I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't get back. Don't you come back! You don't belong here!" Da 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 da. Sounds good to me. So I counseled other people, but it was never under that word uh, of the places I went. So, well, yeah, they kicked me out of those places. I screwed up their game in there. They like to keep people docile in those places, and I just woke them the fuck up to where they could be a functional human, and they're like losing fucking patience, man. So they don't like me in those places. Okay, Skylar said I turned 30 on the 18th, still learning how to heal. The healing happens ultimately through learning a lesson. For instance, I ride my bicycle, I fall off my bicycle, I scrape my knee, I hurt my knee. I get on my bicycle, I ride my bicycle, I fall off, I scrape my other knee. I ride my bicycle again, I fall off. I hurt myself even worse, and so I said, you know what? This time I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna fall off again. I'm gonna learn how to ride this bike. I've been distracted. I've been wanting to get to the store, but I haven't even learned how to pedal the wheels and keep my balance. So I'm gonna let me make sure I can keep my balance first. Let me focus just right here. Now, whenever I get on that bike, I'm not gonna fall anymore. Not because of just losing my balance on my own. As long as I got my clear path, I'll be all right. So for me, healing is number one, learning the lesson. See, the last memory that we have of an event with somebody, then when we think of that event, when we think of that somebody, that's how we're gonna feel. If I remember the last event was horrible, but I learned from that event, so when I see it in my future, I can sidestep that shit. I can go around it. I don't have to fuck with it. I don't ever have to fall off my bike again in that moment.
See, I can keep my balance in life. So, because of that, I look back at the event and I say thank you to the person. I say thank you because you taught me a lesson. Is every lesson easy to learn? Fuck no. Most lessons to learn suck. Right? Okay. This is why we go through many friends. We have many friends in our life. We have many teachers in our life. Way too many lessons to learn from one person. We gotta have individuals that can teach us, and then we can move on and learn from somebody else. Move on and learn from somebody else. Move on and learn from somebody else. So it doesn't become things to heal from, yet lessons to learn so as not to repeat the error. So that allows the mind to look back and have a positive memory rather than a sour memory. So then, boom, we're thinking of the past, we're having a positive memory, a positive affirmation. Thank you. Boom. Yep. Gotcha. In that, the healing, let me put it down to this point. When my mother's father died, when her father died, there was something taken out of my mother's life and it could not be replaced. There was a sadness that was going to last until the last day of her breath, which continued. Regardless of the good times, regardless of anything, my own daughters have passed away, my mother's passed away. I have that reality myself. There's no true healing from that. Not in the sense that you may be considering. There's growth, there's acknowledgement, there's connection. I realize that my mother and my daughters, they are not dead and gone. Their energy exists. I have communed, I have communicated, I've had real world freaking omens and signs and all sorts of shit. Nobody could prove for a dime of anything, but I fucking saw it. I saw it. And I know reality. I know when something like the sword fell, lands on the edge, some I know that was not just some accident. And so I'm able to be aware of those things. I'm able to connect with things. I'm able to grow. I'm able to see more. And that previous pain every single day is transmuted. Just like water would be filtered. This is my water filtration system. It's a little bit extensive. But as you would filter water from one system to another through one compound to another compound so that the water becomes cleansed so that we can eat it if we or drink it. If we first consume the water, it's contaminated. If we filter the water, remineralize it, it's clean, it's got nutrients in it. Now that water is truly going to benefit us. And in that same way as our memories. If our memories are dirty and polluted, we're going to get sick every time we drink from it. But if our memory has been cleansed and filtered and purified through our lens of love, of life, of journey, seeing that we are a spiritual being, having a human experience, we are on our shamanic journey, we are on our wise woman journey, and in that way, it becomes something new to learn. And I'm a kid at heart. I'm so busy looking forward to the next thing to learn what else is out there. As I keep getting surprised. There's something else that happened. Ooh, cool. Ooh, what's that over there? Let's check that out. And so my attention over the years has become focused on that stuff. And when I get to that stuff, guess what? It's going to have an ending too. I'm going to move on from that new thing. So now I'm anticipating. I'm not just anticipating, I can expect its existence when it happens. There's going to be a connection and there's going to be a disconnection. Since my mother has died, there's one person I've known that I see on some sort of unregular basis, um, that I've known for
roughly 4 years, I've there's nobody I talk to. There's nobody I associate that I've known longer than 4 years. Anybody in my past, none of them talk to me. I don't have any connection to none of them. People done me dirty, fucking tricked on me, fucking whatever the fuck, played me. I learned the fucking truth. I got the goddamn evidence. I don't need to go to their door and show them. I could give a fuck less. Keep your lot in life. I know what you're living and what you're gonna repeat through. I'm gonna move on. I'm not staying there. I'm moving on. So, uh, long term, forever friend to the end of my life. I'll joke at that. Fuck. Prove me wrong. That's all I can say. Shit. My life keeps moving on. So that's my journey. That's my experience. My pain would come from wanting to hold on to something longer than I should have kept it in my possession. That's the only reason why that pain exists. When I think of my mom or my daughters and I cry tears, they're happy tears. They're not sad. I don't care. Every single one of them's been happy. Pure good memories of my daughters and my mother. Good memories of them. Lessons, soul, spirit, everything good. I don't cry sad tears for them. I don't. They're happy tears because they're good memories. And I know they're waiting for me on the other side of the veil. So whenever this life's over, it's like, then I'll go over with them. I know where I'm going next. Shit, I'm good to go whenever I go. So, for me at this point, as far as the healing goes, you can see how the healing is a looking into the past thing, wishing things were different, versus transforming and looking towards the future, knowing that my next step is not going to be where I stay forever. I'm going to take another step after that too. And after that one, and on and on and on and on and on and on. And there, my life can stay open to the ever wonderful blessings of the Divine Mother and Father, whatever they want to open up for my future. And they'll line up the omens, they'll line up the things, they'll line up the events so things go click, click, boom, woo, woo. Or they'll keep me on my journey as I've been doing, and things will remain as they have been developing and shifting and all that good stuff. So I stay open to possibilities. I stay open to futures. I haven't created it yet. I encourage other people to create the world and populate it with visions. The only one I have is just just a family. It's not big, it's not crazy, it's not fucking fancy, but it's peaceful. It's peaceful. There's lots of smiles in there too. And whether that be this life or that be the next life, oh, I know it's coming my way. I can wait. I can wait. Ooh, I can wait. This next one is gonna be good. If this life was full of suffering, the next one is gonna be nothing but goddamn blessings. Sheesha. And I ain't gonna be a fool when I get those blessings. I'm gonna be responsible with each of all of that. I'm gonna be responsible because I would have set a foundation within my core, my heart, my soul, no matter what body that animates within, no matter what world that populates on, whether it be material or immaterial, it's going to have a good North Star within it. And that's what's going to shape and develop my whole future. And that's why any journey to open up your third eye or shaman or anything like that, truly, the first and the biggest thing to work on is the heart. That's the number one start right there. That's a solid foundation because that'll get you everywhere you want to go. It'll get you into the correct doors. It ain't about who you know. It's not. The spirits will walk you into the correct doors. Look, I've been to Detroit once, and I'm with this dude. This dude drove me over there, showed me some places or whatever the case, and we went to this bar or club or whatever, you know. And I was like, dude, I don't fucking got an ID. Like they're card me. I ain't gonna get in on it. Fucking carding people. I'm like, dude, I don't have a fucking idea. Like, dude, I don't have. The dude's right there. The bouncer, the gate guy. He's right there. He can hear me. I mean, gee willikers. And and he asked the bouncer asked the dude in front of me for his ID, and then and you know he takes out, he shows him, he gets in, and then the dude looks at me, and I'm like, and the dude just like waves me in, and I'm okay. Well, that's cool. It's an energy thing. That was definitely an energy thing. You see this, you see things differently because you're painting a different picture than what I actually lived. I can't share enough words. I'm not the book writer that says the room was blue and the guy looked curious with the thought of blah blah blah, and then it was I suck on giving details. I suck on that shit, man. I'll get us to the ballpark. I'll get us to the destination on the Y. I'll get us in the area. But you gotta find the destination. You gotta find the specific location. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know what I'm good at, and I know what I'm not good at, and that allows me to be able to navigate my own environment. Am I going to be good with this person? No. Oh, then let me back out. Oh, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? You didn't do anything fucking wrong. I recognize that I'm the bad fit. Both people feeling bad for themselves. That's the kind of stuff I think about. And that we don't need to be spending time feeling bad for our decisions. Whatever the decision was, you don't need to spend an ounce of time feeling bad for it. And it's more about learning than it is healing. The only way I could live with my mother passing on was literally to lose it everything else in my life and spend 4 consecutive years focused on thinking of every single memory I ever had with her. The yelling, the arguments, the hugs, the theme park, the church, the fucking all of it. And then, after I could remember it all, good, bad, and ugly, all of it, then I could polish off some aspects were not looking too good. I could make it pretty. I could make some improvements. And then I could embody Rosemary. I could embody my mother. She could walk with me every day. Boom. I had to learn. I had to learn how to embody her. I had to learn. True healing is recognizing that that pain ain't going away. But I can do something to where I will never be struck again in that manner. And in that gives me confidence in the world. That gives me a true ability beyond others that I know I'll be able to navigate my environment. I'll be able to get from point A to point B and follow my path to the end wherever it shall end. And along the way, give a bunch of good blessings along the way. Slumbering Sigh. I think today is number 91. I think it's 91, the 91st video we've had of day of going live. In the beginning for like 20 or 30 days or so, somewhere around there, we were going live 9 hours every single day, back to back to back to back to back. Took about a month off, took a full month off, literally reevaluated, popped up one live in between halfway through for the new moon, and then started back up. And so now I put the number of the video afterwards, because then I'm looking at the one prior and I'll make sure I put the correct one. So did I lose count? I lose count all the time. I don't, I just, the number's right there, so I can just put it right there. Is this Zen? Zen is where I stay all day long. Um, when I feel my Zen getting off, when I feel it being pulled off track, that's when I snap back to center, and I stay. I've been that's an effort, really a blessing of meditation, and that constant working of every day is it's creating new habits, it's creating a new mindset, it's creating a new environment for the self. And so as I've been doing this for many years now, at this point, that's like, yeah, that's my default mode, is like Zen mode. And like allowing the energies to rise and jump in and jump right back to the Zen, and I can get emotionally connected and cry and be happy and murhar and all the good stuff and jump right back into Zen at will. And that's what our abilities are, so that we can shift gears like this and be able to work with life and do what we need to. For instance, I'm not all that great with cars, but you got I know in trucks and stuff, certain vehicles, you have the overdrive option for the engine. So if you're hauling something heavy, or you're going up a steep mountain, pushing the car extra, then you put it in overdrive mode, if I'm not mistaken, and that helps pick up the slack, and the car can drive better, vehicle can go better, truck, whatever, or whatever additional gears or whatnot that they got for all that stuff. And I'm not all that great on cars, but I love cars. Anyways, and but I know it's not good to drive your car all day in overdrive just for no reason. Nothing's hooked up, not going up a high hill, and you just leave it in overdrive. That's going to be bad on the car. Our bodies and our chakras, when and especially when they're aligned and active, are like gears to life. And we can, and the emotions as well are that's the energy in motion and activation. That energy is active, so the chakras kicking. And so we can shift those gears. People are used to having a residual effect from that emotion or that gear shift to the next gear shift. So they pull this emotion from this experience over to this new experience, and it compounds it. And they keep doing that. They keep compounding their life from the old experience. They keep dragging the old stuff from the past into the new gift. And they wonder, what the fuck keeps going on with my life? Why is it so shitty? Because you gotta let go of the shit in the past. That was for its moment. It's gone. Go it. Boom. We move on. Gear shift. Yeah, I was pouring tears literally in the moment of shifting, and I'm like, no, we're fucking, we're moving into synergized passion, leading into the direction of
the purpose of my very life. Like, mm-hmm. That's how those energies and emotions work. Literally, they're gears. They shift. That's what I learned, anyways. So, at this point in my life, whether it be positive, whether it be negative, I'm going to tell the individual in my heart, thank you for the experience. Because if I wasn't able to see you coming and you actually were able to land a shot on me, when we get done, no one like you will ever be able to do it again. And I'll have that ability to use on anybody that comes after me as well. So, it's a win-win for me because I know I'm going to survive the engagement. And if I don't, I'm gonna wake up to seeing my mom and my two daughters again. Win. I have nothing to fucking lose. I literally have nothing to fucking lose. I have everything to gain. The most important things to me in my life, I have to gain. I'm trying to do my utmost every single day to express to you why and how I saw the reality. I will no longer die for something. I will live for that something. I will live for you. I live for my mother. I live for my daughters. I live for every asshole prick that did me wrong, because if I come back to them with some golden fruit, maybe they can transform into the angel that I knew they were. I saw that shine in them, even though they couldn't see it. I didn't want to tarnish what already had been hit. That's why I walked away. I didn't need to do any more damage. We're all hurting. I don't give a fuck who you are on this planet. We're all hurting. We just need to be healers. So when somebody hurts me, I fucking know. I already know. Whether they meant it or whether they didn't mean it, I already know. I'm gonna keep walking on because I ain't got no grudge. I ain't got nothing on that person. I hope they get better. God damn, I pray they get better. I send positive energy that they get better. Because for me to be who I am today, if my mom was still in my life, I would not be. I would not be. That old self of me who used to live back there with all that stuff, that person would exist. That mentality would exist. That perspective of life would exist. But in order to grow, I had to lose. That's the difference between a divine path and a human path. The human path, it's got the word win attached to it. It's got praise and flowers and glory and pomp. But the spirit, guess what? Our ancestors, they cried just like you and me. They were done dirty just like you and me. They were lied about just like they done to you and me. So I look forward to living in Valhalla, in fucking eternity with my ancestors and not with all that fake shit over there. I know what my soul is, and it's just using this skin temporarily. I know that. That's why I don't get distracted, because I remind myself of it every day of my life. I surround myself by it every day of my life. I know what the world has to offer. Don't like it. Don't look like it's done too much good for people. We learn, we develop, we got some ups. But how we treat each other and how we look out for a fellow human, that ain't got an update 4,000 years.
I ain't got an update in the past 6,000 years. There's just been people killing each other. You got something I want, I'm gonna kill you and take it. I'm gonna take all your scientists, all your metallurgists. I'm gonna take all your smart minds. I'll keep them alive. Come on, you get to survive while I kill everything else. Just build what I want. Yep, keep on working. Yep, uh huh. My family ain't like that. I know my family. There's some words I know my family by. No matter what the situation, good, bad, pretty, ugly, people coming at me in the dirty, people not coming at me, I'm all good and happy, cool, kosher. My family, my real family out there, they'll come up to me and they'll whisper in my ear, keep being you. Keep being you. Everybody who ain't my family, they say, be like me. You're wrong. Doing it wrong. No good. You're bad. Ha ha, look at you, blah, blah, blah. I only care about my family and what they think. I don't care about them strangers. I was angry throughout my life. I was sad throughout my life. I was happy throughout my life. My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster, just like you or anybody else out there in the world for that time of my life. Just part of learning, part of experience grabbing. But I found balance. I found what people send me are resources I needed. It's information I was unaware of. I told this story before, and at this point, I feel like an old man. But gosh dog it, I got to tell the story again. I got to tell it. My cousin Sean, man, we go out deep sea fishing. My cousin Sean, we were Jehovah's Witnesses, but Sean he wasn't. And so Sean he'd bet he'd throw in the betting pool for who's going to catch the biggest fish. And generally Sean he catch the biggest fish. And I remember this one time in particular, he caught what would have been the biggest fish. He throws that on his line. He put it on his line, throws it out. He caught a freaking sea turtle. He didn't mean to catch a sea turtle. His construct was to catch something bigger. I don't care that I won. I don't care I got the grand prize. Fuck it. I want something bigger. I want a bigger catch. He pulled up I saw a sea turtle. That's the only time I ever seen a sea turtle in the flesh. Wide open. Of course, they cut the line and all that stuff. You can't catch sea turtles. That's, they're protected. But man, I saw that thing come up on. Holy shit. That was a spiritual experience. That turtle and me locked eyes. I saw that turtle. He came up from the bottom of the ocean and he pulled that mug up from the bottom of the ocean so I could say hello. He taught me the lesson, one of the greatest lessons I ever learned in my life. I don't give a fuck what I won, what I caught, what I did, what I accomplished. I'm gonna fucking throw it back in because there's something bigger out there I want to catch. There's something bigger out there I want to learn. There's something more for me to experience. I don't give a fuck what it is. Let's go. What we got? What have I not conquered? We'll find something else. Shit. And that conquering, that's a personal conquering
because the conquer is having the experience, digesting all the emotions and all of that, learning the lesson, and not just learning the lesson, but actually being able to utilize whatever you just learned. That's conquering it. That's mastering it. Because then, if you ever need to use it or if it comes at you, it's only going to serve to help you. It's not going to hurt you. You're going to know your way all around it. You've mastered that. And may you become the master that you are meant to be. May whatever I have to say and may what you experience in life help you discover the master that you are, because I tell you, you are a master at something. You just have not discovered it yet. And that's where I see that I want to help other people to become the master that they are. And just like the good old words Bambi and Thumper said of his mama, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. I apply that to myself. I don't apply that to you or anybody. I apply that to myself as much as I can. I can't. Sometimes words pretty tough to hear on the other side of things, but I definitely want to have something constructive. I definitely want to have a positive ending, something to go towards. I've been with people and they have conversations. They talk. They want to explain what they're talking about for 20, 30 minutes. So, all right, I'm listening. Go on. I'm taking it in. I'm not thinking any other thoughts. And then they end on a complete negative note. No solution, no positive spin, no lesson, just 20 to 30 minutes of fucking negativity. That's mental mind control. That's torment. That's called that's tormenting a motherfucker with mind control, because all you're doing is shoving in bad, 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 bad. No fucking nothing good at the end of fucking no light at the end of the tunnel. No like positive to the story. Pay attention to the energy that you're enduring just to give somebody the fucking time of day to explain their fucking story. Holy shit. Oh, and the amount of people that'll be offended because you cut them short. But I still had stuff to say. I'm sure you do. But I ain't got a mind or a heart. My living one vibrational energy, that's not it. That's not my energy. I'm going to hit the bro. And that's why this whole shamanic path, it's all about knowing thyself. It's not about looking at other people or putting shit on other people. It's all about thyself. It's me. For you, it's me. Get it? Because for you, it's me. Because if you said for you, it's me, it'd always be me because you're saying me. Anyways, words are so funny. My mom said if I could speak without using the words me, you, or I, oh, I'd win every single conversation I ever had. It's like if you could just remove those three words, you'll do great. Oh, slumbering sin. Whoa, you were around during those days. Slumbering sin. Okay. When you were around for those 9-hour days, I want to explain what I was going through. I've read it since, and the months and the time, the resurrection month of April, March, all of it. March was the month that particular set of streaming days was going on, and I have since read and found source material that it is during the month of March in which an individual is going to have the most hugest fight on their hands as far as a shamanic kind of a fight goes or encounter goes, and it would be in the month of March, and it would be with Cthulhu. Quite literally, that's what I was experiencing, and that's literally what I shared every day, documented for all of eternity. Thanks, YouTube. And then I took the month of April off. I did one live during the month of April. It was the 15th, I believe it was, and it was for the new moon. I really wanted to do a reading, and Spirit kind of didn't want me to, but they said, all right, we'll let this one through. Go ahead. And people were like, "Oh, you're not dead." That was one comment in one of and because I think I made a couple of shorts as well that day, and then but for the month of April, I didn't do shorts. I didn't go live. I didn't do shit. I didn't do shit. I was up to 120,000 plus viewers for one episode for one day, and yeah, it's legit. Two of them. Well, one of them for sure. Anyways, but the numbers were up there consistently. The numbers were going up and up. I said, "Fuck it," boom, and I didn't like time it with anything, but that's just what I was going through and experiencing. And that April month was like Easter, right? The resurrection, coming back to life. So that month, I put everything together. I looked at my situation. I looked at my past. I looked at what I did. I looked at the audience. I looked at everything. I looked at everything all throughout April. I put myself all the way back together. I was like, okay, well, I don't like that. Let's get rid of that. I don't like that. Let's get rid of that. That's cool. Let's get some new ideas. Let's put that stuff in here. Boom, 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 boom. And then I started going live again with these 5 hour streams, which is more conducive to a regular, every single on day going basis. And boom, we have the formats and as we're flowing these days. And so it's a ever continual transformation on the spiritual path. Um, the spirits are going to challenge your cognitive ability. Without that challenge, there's no weights that we're actually lifting as far as our soul, heart, and mind goes. Um, and literally, that's what those challenges put onto us is they help concrete who we are. Either what we are is true and is going to take any type of battering, or it's going to dissolve into the fake material that it was. If it's gold and you heat it up to its maximum degree, what's it going to do? It's going to liquefy. It's at burning temperatures. It's hot, but it's liquefied. And then when it cools, what's going to happen? It's going to turn back to gold. It's whatever shape it's in, whatever was in it, it's going to turn back. It's gold is gold. But if you have a gold plated anything, let's say gold plated iron, and we drop that in the fire, well, then what's going to happen? Iron and gold are going to bleed out, and whatever's going to happen from that liquid mixture is going to form. We're going to see the impurity. So we got to burn, we got to melt, and we got to freeze. We got to see, is this substance real or are they just pretending? That's what the spirit does. And if you can take that, if you can walk that walk, there ain't no human alive that stood up to that shit. The psyche of my own mind, I got confidence in that shit all day long. That's something I will throw fucking money on to bet shit. That's a win. When you have that connection with the spirit, you know it's not your plans. It is your dream, but it's their plans. And who dared challenge the divine plan? Go ahead. That's your challenge, not me. I wasn't here to fight the fight. I was just here to walk the walk. A literal walk. Last time I checked. They called it a race. I call it a walk. Other people want to call it a fight. Your perspective changes your life. What you choose to believe changes what you interact with. And whether you're going to build something or whether you're not, whether you're going to make effort to change or whether you're going to let things remain the same. Most people are just going to let it remain the same until it all crumbles. Me, if I see it in a dilapidated state, let's fucking wipe the slate. Let's fucking build something new. Screw it. Extra work, extra time. I don't give a hoot. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Because things won't be a lot better sooner than later, or else I'm going to sit in this rut continually. I don't. That's not what my life's about. So that means not staying still. Yeah, my body's been pretty still for a good bit, quite a few months, 6 months or so. I haven't had to walk around the street, which has been really nice. Been able to keep a roof over my head, thanks to you. And so, in all of that, like, my mind travels every day at every moment. My soul soars and it connects. And I know when I feel weak out of nowhere, I know energy is going out of me to assist others. So I tend not to fight against that weakness and I tend to chill out and rest because somebody else is using that energy. I'm happy that can happen. I'm happy people can achieve their dreams and accomplish their goals, whether it be small or large, whatever it be. Teach man, teach woman, to help create our future world. Shoot, we are going through a renaissance. Wouldn't that be something? Years down the line, they're like, the Renaissance 2.0 happened during the 2026. They didn't even call it that back then. We didn't even have, man, we should have known. We would have got poster boards and shit and had something on the wall. I guess that's what I should do. I should get a banner. So Renaissance 2.0. Since we're digital now, right? Terasakar. Yes, correct. That one. That would be the correct one. Very welcome, Carter. Thank you as well for your kind words. To Paul McGinnis. I used to go to a humidor. It's called Club Humidor, where I was, and they had to find cigars, they had to find pipes, they had the proper tobacco, they had all that stuff. Like the, you know what I'm talking about. You already know. Well, I would think you do, but they had all they, and man, I went. That's where I went to go get my tobacco, and I, like a really solid pipe and stuff like that. Um, so if see awesome, but at least for the moment, I don't see myself making that purchase. There's food and a roof to keep over my head for as long as the blessings continue, and I shouldn't be over taxing. Those things can get rather pricey. So, um, anyways, but I used to have a nice pipe. I used to have several pipes. Um, my journey, I've lost a lot. I've been able to hold on to quite a bit. I got my altar behind me and all that good stuff.
stones and other things, some books. I used to have easily 3 times the amount of books I had. I had a proper quarter section of a library with me that I traveled. I kept with me, and over my journey, I've lost quite a few many things. So that pipe and those other things, yeah, yeah. Thanks. That I do agree with you. I do agree with you. Most definitely. Terry, yes, I do go out in public like this. Most definitely. If I need to go inside, I definitely wear a shirt. I didn't wear anything. Usually I have a sash or something across my chest. Um, but if the weather, man, if the weather's down to like 40 or 50, I don't need a shirt. Like, I'm good. If it's in the 20s and I'm going for, a mile plus walk, then okay, I'll take a short sleeve shirt or something like that. But sleeveless shirt maybe, long sleeve shirt maybe, but yeah. Um, who I am is who I am, and it's not. I've seen plenty of people in my life dress up for the gig or dress up for the thing or play the role for the part and go home and be their other selves, and I'm like, I can't do that. I lived as a Jehovah's Witness for 27 plus years, and I was fractured. I was this person over there, I was that person over there, I was this person over here. Long story short, not to dilly dally on it or play the world's smallest violin, but my mom passed away, my family, blah, 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 blah. And, um, and so then I was no longer stuck in the religion, and I was able to take all those different aspects of myself and be one person. All of religion divided who I was, and when I had nothing to give a fuck about religion anymore, because the only reason why I was in it was for my mom. That's the only reason. That's it. She died. Fuck religion. I'm out. I don't need to follow your shit anymore. Gone. Boom. Whoop. And yeah, I was able to put all those different aspects of myself into one being. And so I was able to be the fucking cussing, bad mouth. I was able to be the rough, tough, fuck you up motherfucker over there. I was able to be the respect you and talk proper person over here. So literally, like, religion fractured me. I put myself back the fuck together, and now I got all these diverse aspects of myself. I learned the chakras, the activation of the chakras, changed the gears, pull the emotions. Life is a fucking goddamn. This human body's a fucking controller, guys. Emotions are just square, triangle, circle, X. Shit, fuck that. All my heart is with my mom and my 2 daughters. That's where my soul's moving on to after this life, and that's my focus. Other than that, I'm gonna do all the good I can in this world until I move on. Hopefully, a long time from now, I'll do all the good. And if people want to join me and do the good, then let's work some good together. If they ain't in it to work good with me, whatever other reason or anything else, well, we could just go our different ways. I'm gonna keep doing my thing, keep doing your good thing. But yeah, I started living it 24/7. So now when I go into a place, when I go into an environment, a person, if I have to be around anything or anyone that attempts to divide who I am into a section and that's all they want to interact with, I'm fucking done. I'm done. I know who I am, collected and whole. And I know what people would like me to be. There's a fine line between both of those structures. And I have to respect and honor the divine path before I put a human's opinion into my own actions. And that's for each one to and of their own course of life. I don't want to do things that hurt people. And so I do everything I can not to. Gosh darn it, sometimes you gotta get to the egg. You gotta get to the yolk. The only way you can get there is to break the egg. And that break is why it's called a break. But at least for me, as much as I've been working towards, I've been trying to get it to the point where people don't have to go through that break. They don't have to go through that crack. They don't have to go through that in order to follow their path. They can walk on their path and they don't have to go through the turmoil that naturally the emotional self wants to keep taking with itself. Just keep being you. Just keep being who you are. Because everybody's going to try to change you. Everybody's going to try to turn you into something else. But the Creator just wants to see you grow up and be who you're going to be, see what you do with your life. You got free will. You could do anything. You could become anything. You could learn anything. You could create anything. Anything. Physical, energetical, whatever. You could create anything. There was one time, a long time ago, and I'd put myself in God's shoes. And I'd be like, okay, so God's God, and he's like the only one, right? The only one like that. I start thinking about my own life. I see how alone, not just myself, but many people like me are. Not usually another mind to really connect with. And the heart is hungry, the soul is hungry to learn. So chasing knowledge, chasing wisdom and understanding, true understanding, not just fruitless questions. And I started to think about how God would feel if that was true. And if that was true, then I want more people at my level. Because I don't know about you, but it takes a long time to build anything by yourself. It's a lot easier to build something with someone else. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when I started looking at the whole connection of life, from the construct of God, alien, spirit, other side of the veil, human, animal, life on the physical 3D planet Earth. And that's when I realized the veil is only in your brain. It's only in my mind. There's no veil there. There's nothing there that's stopping the interaction from the spirit to the flesh. There's nothing stopping spirit from interacting with physical existence. It happens 24/7. The only veil is not accepting the truth. Because when I accepted the truth, then I was forced to see what was actually happening in front of me. And then once I could really see it, then I could examine all the little details that I really suck at remembering.
So when I got and looked at all the little details and saw the little gears and all the things poking each other and that going from over there to over there, and it just has this continually rhythm like thing going on, I'm like, well, shit. Huh. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Whatever, okay. So then I can jump out of it, not care about the fucking details. And when the energy says go this way, then I go this way. And when the energy says go that way, I go this way. Because I could spend my time knowing all that shit, or I could just flow with it. And drop a little good thing here, a little good ripple here, a little good butterfly effect there. And now I'm just rapidly blessing my environment. And if I just keep blessing my environment, then eventually I'm going to be in fucking paradise. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to be fruits all over the place because I planted an orange tree and a banana tree and this tree. The environment, it was suitable for it in that region. And in that region, I dropped all the seeds where they belonged. Shit. When I looped back around, look at the produce. Woot woot. You'll never find that course if you try to follow somebody else, some other organization, some group, somebody saying, go this way in life. It's good to have a good idea. It's good to listen to that good idea, evaluate it, try it out maybe. But notice if that idea don't serve you, then that idea might be good for them, but it's just not good for you. That's okay. You can get some other ideas from somewhere else. Yo, what's up, Emma Davis from the UK? That is awesome. Yo, we certainly have been planting trees, Rograt. That we do that every day. Trees of life. Andre, you're pretty cool. Cool, Rograt. Got that email sent. Very cool, very cool. Devin Coburg, good comment. I love this dude. Glad weirdos like this still exist because in the future most people will be puppets who all look the same. Ba, 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 ba. And going up a little bit there as far as the religion topic goes, thanks for the comments and response. And I have a motto: learn from all sources, belong to none. Keep learning in life, be able to keep the horizons open of the different subjects that you can learn about. When you get within one group and say you could only learn what we learn, you can only do what we do, and that's it, well, just screw you. However, on the flip side, there's a Baptist church I was going to. People were pretty nice. I liked it. And one day they said, would you like to join our family? And I was like, I go to a Hindu temple and I go to a Celtic All Saints church. And there's all this other stuff I'm up to. If you're okay with that, I don't mind being part of your family. You sprinkle water or say hello, whatever you want to do. I'm cool with that. Sure. If you're okay that I got other family out there, I'll be family with you too. We're cool with that. I'll bless. I'll travel around. Maybe bring some goods from them to you and be like, hey, look, we got some gifts over here. Look, they we got some, you know, be a little postman kind of angel. And they were like, yeah, that's cool. I was like, all right, cool. So, on that kind of regard, real family, it's the love we have amongst each other. And that love is not going to put limits or guidelines. It's not going to say you have to dress like I dress, you have to walk like I walk, just like the common, people won't be puppets, just do on the string. And I even got more words to share on that one, but I won't. I'll keep those ones. We don't need to talk about all that junk. Yes. I was going to say, I'm not a troll. I'm not exacting any payment or anything like that. But if I need to be your troll, I'll be your troll. Rawr. One time I told somebody, I said, I'm a bad man. And they laughed at me. I was full of anger and rage. As mean as I could. I'm serious. I'm not joking. And I was angry. I was upset. Now, many years ago, a few years ago. And this person literally bent over from laughing, from genuinely pure laughage. They were like, that's the last thing you are. Which actually I started laughing because they were pretty darn true. I got family members that are way worse people than me. They could think of way worse things than me. And they watch my ass 24/7. I'm just a kid, man. I tell you, that's all. I'm just a kid. And you could be too. That's how God will protect you. You really have that. You really have divine protection. If God's really in your corner, then why the fuck you worrying? Then why you upset? Why you stressing? Why you going through? I'm hurting from all this. If God's really in your corner, then He's gonna win that battle for you. He's gonna win that battle for you. He didn't send you to fight that battle. He's gonna win that battle for you. Guess what? Divine Mama, check her out. This is the Divine Mother right there. Boom. Nath. All right. That bow and arrow, those arrows right there, she gonna shoot anything. It don't matter what dimension it's in. She gonna take that shit out. She always looking. Father shining behind her, and she's the goddamn shadow. Outside of you and inside of you, she's the water of life. Kinemet ket, the water of life she is. And if she really got your back, if you really talking to Papa, you ain't got anything to worry about. You ain't got anything to truly be sad about. You got a path to walk. You got something to do. You got something to share. You got love bursting out of your chest that somebody needs to feel in a good solid hug. You ever had a hug for 15 to 25 seconds? No? I urge you, mom, brother, sister, friend, somebody you know, ask them for an endearing hug. I want a 15, 25-second hug. I don't want to just like that. No, no, no. Breathe in that hug. Those energies will resonate. That heart energy will resonate. I'm not talking about any, oh, I'm in your, don't do it to nobody who you got the hots for, okay? Don't do it for nobody like that. You're not trying to resonate, nothing like that. Get that out your head. Just some heartfelt love, some heartfelt contact. It's powerful. That energy is powerful. It's uplifting. That's most definitely Carter. That's for sure. That's for sure. Here's this bird, and I've been wondering if it's the same bird or if it's a different bird. I think it's the same bird. I think it's pretty interesting. I really feel like this bird hears my voice a lot. I'll be talking well before the sun's even up. Once I get talking, before I'm talking, I don't hear the bird much. But once I get talking, that bird gets talking back. And I'm pretty sure you can hear it in the video. I don't play them back all the time. Then get the replays, and I just make those public and put them on the other channels there. Life is a beautiful thing to appreciate. It's a nice thing to connect with, and we miss that in life. The more I learn about myself, the more I learn about other people, the more I know that I am that mirror for them in life of whatever they need to see, whatever they need me to be, whether it's the villain or the hero or the clown or this or that. I know who I am. I'm all of it. For 27 years of my life, I could be this person at school. I had to be that person at church. I could be this person at work. I was that person over here. I was this person at home. I spent 27 years of my life in these different aspects. And then all at once, by conscious choice and awareness, because religion fractured and I didn't have to hide anything from anybody, then I could zoom, because of gossip, yeah, I could zoom all that into one. That's what they've been doing to you. They've been separating yourself, your consciousness, your mind, your heart, your emotions, your actions. You could do this here, you could do that there. Your mom at home, your employee at work, your servant at church, and these places. You can only be that there. You can only be that there. You could be all of that at once, and at any moment you could morph into any of those options to take care of a situation that's present in your life. That's the alchemist that you are. That's the magician that you are. Paying attention to oneself and one's own path and one's own journey is when you start taking notes on yourself, those notes become consistently showing a actual real picture. But when you take notes on somebody else, holy crikey, that's going to be a whole. I got a 3 year study to do because there's a lot of stuff in the wrong places. Okay, I start taking notes. And if I interfere with that person's life by saying, you should do this or you should do that, then while I'm taking notes, then I'm causing bad results, the results that are not the person, because they're trying what I told them to do. So they changed their natural behavior. So my notes of their natural character, who I'm trying to help, I'm doing this to help them, not to hurt them, to help them, put something and figure some shit out for myself and help them figure that out. If I can, if possible, I'll throw the line out there. If they don't want it, I won't persist. But, I'll give it a try. This one looks pretty hopeful. So I can't get involved in their life because I have to make sure that I didn't screw it up. I didn't interfere in it. I didn't flood the results. A scientist in the lab and they're studying something, if they drop in a foreign bacteria or a foreign matter into an experiment that's very precise, well, then it's going to mess up the results. They're going to have an inaccurate conclusion. And we do this with each other all the time. I just notice people don't take notes of it. They like to gossip rag more. Read that if you like. I'm gonna check out my own magazine here. I have to write my own. Nobody else will read it but me, and that's okay. It's entertaining at the least. Heartbreaking at the worst. Yo, that's for real, Michael. It's interesting because, yeah, generally dogs, they get pretty active with me up north. In the northern part of the U.S., like, dogs are rah, 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 rah. But I go down south, and the dogs are, like, nice to me. It's interesting because up north, people are nice to me, where the dogs are like not nice, and down south, the people are mean, whereas the dogs are nice. So I haven't put that one all together yet. I don't really have an answer for that. I paid attention to that so far. So there's something there though. I thought but for the most part, dogs are pretty cool. And last dog I came up to up north here, they were actually pretty cool with me. They barked a little bit, but they were pretty chill. And there is a certain portion in an individual's life. I mean, at this particular point, it doesn't matter. Like the dog's not going to charge me. They're not going to come after me. They're not going to be completely vile towards me. They might bark a lot because they're curious, but they're not actually carrying that anymore. But there is for the shamanic path, and I learned this. You could, if you're friends with a postman or a post lady or however the correct vernacular is, if you know anybody in the postal service, share this with them. It's legitimate, real, true stuff I learned. Okay, on the shamanic path, you're carrying a lot of energies from your ancestors and spirits of things to do and messages to deliver. You got a lot of energy if you're a shaman. You're carrying a lot of other energy that's not your own. Okay, and it's not that you stole it. You're delivering it. Okay, and that's why the dogs will get
rather distressing around a enlightened individual because they're a shamanic individual. They're carrying that energy, so the dog is going to be despondent. They can pick up the multiple energies, and they can't align those energies. They're not able to be at peace with that group of energies, and so they lose their power. They'll attack a postman. They're carrying debt, bills. You owe me this. Greed, lust, happy, sensual desire. Post people delivering the mail are carrying a variety amount of energies, just like the shaman. And that's why the dogs trip out. Is because they can't align the energy. They can't make sense of it, and they lose their bonkers. Seriously, that's why. Until a shaman goes through a particular ritual, and I use the word ritual, but the ritual would be more like the officiating, the official portion, whereas to get to the ritual, you got to do a lot of legwork. It's a lot of legwork before the ritual happens. The ritual is like the ceremony, making it official forever. You gotta do the legwork first. You gotta prove your shit. You gotta earn your fucking certificate, a degree, sort of thing, spirit wise, not from a person. And once that happens, then the dogs, like, you get this certain frequency that comes to you, and the dogs are a little bit more chill around you. Things, thinking that energy is a little bit more, not, I don't know, but that kind of thing dissipates. And but that's definitely something to work and develop, and it's a whole course. It's not just, oh, let me learn how to overcome the dogs. It doesn't exactly work like that. So with the connection with ducks, like, ducks are, I've taken care of ducks myself. They're amazing and beautiful. When I would feed the ducks that I was taking, they weren't my ducks, but when I was taking care of these ducks, the way that I would feed them is I would spread the feed out in a circle, and then I would sit down in the middle when they ate. To like hang out with the ducks, because I'd be all around the ducks. It was pretty cool. I just sit there real still. I wouldn't move or freak them out or anything. And I love doing that. Um, uh, the feather is somewhere. I don't think it's that. No, it's not that one. Anyways, what I was going to mention to you is a duck feather. Perhaps you can be able to get a hold of a duck feather, something like that. Um, if you tie this off into your hair, if you tie a feather into your hair of any animal, any bird, you will have a connection with that species, with that group. You will, the longer that you keep it in your hair, the more that you will connect with them. You will vibe with them. This is this is what we start leading into, what people would consider second sight, second hearing, or those types of perceptions, is by being able to don those items upon the person to connect. And if the heart desires to do so, I say do so. There's no rules that say you can't have a duck feather in your hair. There's just opinions of what people will say you look like. You look like a duck. Quack, quack, quack. That's fine. I got turkey feathers on my staff, amongst other feathers. And there's one time I was walking home, or I didn't have a home, but I was walking to where I slept at night at the time, and somebody goes, gobble, 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 gobble. And I didn't get it at first. It was late at night. And then I was like, oh, I got a turkey feather. Oh, that's cool. To me, that was cool because they could identify the feather. There's a lot of people out in the world that can't identify a feather to save their life. Yeah, I'm not blaming. I like that too until I've been around one or two and I know which ones they came from because I got familiar with them. I had them in front of me. I remember where they fell or the ducks that were around. I picked it up. That's what I had. This one fell around the seagulls. The seagull fell. So I get a little bit familiar with what I actually work with, and that's to each one as the path goes for that. That's for sure. Very true. Very true. Nearly 2 a.m. in New Zealand. So it'll be 10 a.m. here and 2 a.m. there. So New Zealand is either 8 hours behind where I am, or it's in the future, wherever the part of the world is. Eh, what you study is what you're going to become familiar with, and what you're familiar with is what's going to open up doors for you. If people aren't familiar with it, then those doors can't be opened. So continue to search in life, continue to live your life. Much love, many blessings. Thank you for being here today. And we'll be back again tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you have any questions or anything, you wanted to say something but didn't have the chance, here's my email. Boom, boom. I'll let the live go for a moment, and you can grab that email if you want. Otherwise, Donna De Guai. Until we see you next time, much love and many blessings.